let's go ahead and start with the recap. So, it has been an interesting couple of months out of game and a couple of weeks in game. I think it's been about 5 weeks, maybe 4 total. The group of adventurers arrived in Red Larch all separately, most of them just arriving at the beginning as they each entered the tavern to have a drink to cool off from the road. They ended up introducing themselves to each other, just simply talking while they did notice something going on across the street. They walked over to find a group of knights, looks apparently interrogating or bullying or ganging up on a priest who couldn't defend themselves. As the valiant heroes they are, they stepped in and immediately drew their weapons. A fight ensued, and ended up with one of the knights dead and turned into pretty much a statue as his armor melted onto the floor. The one more was dead, and it was all saved when the now leader of the group, Ular, was wise enough to go and fetch the town constable to come and prevent any further bloodshed. From that point forward, the group realized their maybe eagerness toward violence and had destroyed about half of the inn at the time. They decided via force from the constable that they needed to make reparations from the group, for reparations toward the inn. So they were forced to hand over a prized possession, each of them, and all of their gold in order to keep them in town and ensure that they did not run off at night. They then set about the next several weeks going and trying to learn more about the town, make their reparations toward it. You know, they killed some bandits off the Keldale path. They entered and investigated a haunted tomb and slaughtered what they found there, a ghost and several animated swords. Then they headed off to a place called Lance Rock to investigate investigate rumors of a plague at the hands of a dwarf, being hired by a dwarf who wanted to mine there. They entered and found many dead bodies and many not quite so dead bodies that soon attacked them. Tyrius went on a rampage at the sign of necromancy, and over the course of an hour or so, they stormed in and killed everything in sight, making sure they sent it back to the grave. They found Necromancer in the back of the cave, who fled from them and was soon chased down by a giant direwolf in the form of Krasenar. A short and not very even battle ensued that ended with Krasenar killing the Necromancer before they could spend any time investigating or interrogating him to find out what his purpose was. After that, they returned to the town and paid off the last of their debt to the inn. The Midsummer's Fest was coming up, and they were getting prepared to for all the festivities of that. During this time, Crixus had made a side project of his to plan and to attempt to build a wall around the entirety of the town. He had worked diligently, going off on his own adventures, talking with several different people, threatening some councilmen, whatever necessary, trying to get this thing fixed. And they had decided finally to hold a town meeting 2 days before the festival, and a day before an important delegation is supposed to arrive through. However, as the week before the festival takes place, many different things begin happening. Uller begins investigating the disappearance of a traveler, leading him far away to a canyon with a tower on it. Krasenar begins investigating mysterious animal attacks over at the farms. His becomes more important as he concludes that there are monstrosities called onkegs that have buried itself beneath the town. It becomes especially important when, after running through the town on PT session in the morning with two butcher brothers that he's been training, Crixus, Tyrius, and Krasenar and the brothers were attacked by the onkegs bursting out in front of the inn.
Or as we like to call them, giant ants.
Yes, that is what the group decided to call them, as it was the most appropriate similarity. They slaughtered the ants, surviving just barely, and figured out that they are probably buried beneath the town itself. After several false leads and dead ends, they retire to their room in order to wait out the storm. Unfortunately, Uller decides to take off after the scholar one more time, or the missing traveler one more time, trying to find out where he went, heading back to the canyon and to the tower, leaving him out of this session. In the middle of the night, at around 2 a.m., the group awakens to a fire, destroying a nearby carpenter shop of a friendly gnome that they had come to know and become acquainted with. They immediately begin investigating, including LaFour seducing a drunken halfling and getting information out of him that points to the halfling's boss, the rival carpenter in town. Investigating around the shop, they find a hidden trap door in the yard behind it that they lead down to find their entrance to the caverns beneath the town that they had been looking for. Inside, they found the Onkeg nest, which they quickly and barely managed to slaughter. From then, they proceeded through what appeared to be natural mining tunnel, or man-made carved mining tunnels. Going through these tunnels, they were first blocked off from their path forward by giant steel traps falling down around the floor. After getting her free, they decided to go down an alternate path where they found many bodies strewn about a room with rats pouring over them. Krasnar, in a giant cat form, I think a tiger was, murdered all of them. From there, they proceeded forward, found interesting rooms with insane feats of gravity and stonework and giant rats. They proceeded down then from that point to a room with a dwarven statue. LaFour recognized it as something that had been something from a book that she had read about the Desarin Valley in which they're in, that covers that mentioned that it was once an ancient dwarven kingdom at some point. However, they, in the next room over, find what appears to be some sort of prisoner, some small humanoid form trapped beneath rocks. Before they can investigate further, though, bursting into the room from the other side were 6 cultists in some mysterious brown robes and 10 masks. They burst in and immediately start attacking, in which the party managed to try to fight back after Declan is ambushed and filled with arrows. After coming back in the middle of the fight, Tyrius managed to knock off the mask of one of the cultists, and it is revealed that it is actually Harold, one of the butcher boys that he and Crixus have been training throughout these past few weeks. Shocked and outraged by this treachery, they slaughter everyone else and put him down and manage to keep him alive. They heal him up just enough to bring him back to consciousness as LaFour and Declan go over to once more investigate this small humanoid figure trapped beneath the rocks. They find out that it's actually a child, scared, half-starved, and alone, that they then free, feed, and lightly question as to his purpose there. He is vague and a little bit afraid of of revealing something in fear of punishment, but he does reveal that it appears his father was actually the one who kept him down there as punishment for simply failing to deliver a letter. On the other side, the Paladin and the Dragonborn begin attempting to threaten the prisoner Harold with torture. At no point did they actually get around to actually torturing him, but they made a very good impression of it. He reveals the name of his leader, as well as several other key pieces of vocabulary, and that might become important. However, as he begins to tell his god's name, he is cut off as he suddenly explodes from the outside as a shatter spell occurs right next to his already weakened body. It immediately knocks back Krasnar and Tyrius, and Declan, who had come to investigate, was immediately knocked back and knocked out cold, removing him from the fight. Krasnar had noticed the opposite door begin to open before the spell occurred. So he immediately chased after the whatever had attacked them. Inside, he found an old familiar friend, Larock, the priest that they had saved that first day when coming into town. He was currently climbing upside down on the ceiling. Gravity apparently twisted around for him as he ran through. They chased him into the next room, where unfortunately there were higher ceilings. And from that point forward, they were unable to actually ever reach Larock and get up and attack him. Instead, the priest just slowly fled, releasing shatter spell after shatter spell on the group, knocking them out one by one. Eventually, Larock fled completely after decimating the party, knocking all of them down and making only Crixus and the newcomer Akra, a priest of Cord, who had come down to help out, alive. The party fled back up the tunnel.
No. Correction. Crixus and Akra fled with the party on their shoulders.
Yes.
I want to point that out, that I say
Crixus and Akra carried the rest of their party back up to Red Larch, where they immediately invaded the All Faith Shrine in order to receive healing. It appeared that several other townspeople had been attacked that night, and the constable then discussed what happened down below and what the plans for the future were. As for now, they just decided that they would become officially under his leadership in order to secure the town and prevent whatever chaos they could from now on as they investigated. At that point, with 3 of their party members still knocked unconscious or just barely alive and needing much healing, they decided to rest up for the night, as they had not had much rest before. They slept through the day as dawn broke that morning, the winds picking up. Crixus and Octavius went out to, do what they could to try to help get things settled. LaFour spent her time healing, and the rest spent their time trying to be healed. Uller will be arriving that night. So essentially 8 hours will have passed from morning, leaving in the afternoon. All of you can wake up. I think some of you will have slept for a little bit longer as you're just trying to recover through both a good night's sleep and much attention from the priests at the All Faith Shrine. You're able to get healed up all the way and recover everything you need for that purpose.
Declan's busy hallucinating.
Yep, he is busy hallucinating. And actually, even though I just went on a whole rant, I would like to go ahead and read off what his dreams were about. So as he's dreaming, he dreams that he is still in the All Faith Shrine. However, his god is talking to him in the form, using Lemor's form. They speak back and forth, which you can all read in the post we made about it. I'm not going to read the entire thing off, but she essentially accuses him of failing her and asking if he needs more power. Declan responds by saying, "I didn't fail. Trust us, we have this all under control. Have you ever played Dragon Chess? This is just the beginning of the game. We have knocked out a few of their pawns and their cultists, and now we have position over the town and control of that." He says, "Unless we're playing 3 Giganante, in which case we're still following the Drake. So tell me, how is that a failure?" A small smile graces her emotionless expression, and Declan is suddenly reminded of a spider standing above the defiant form of a fly. She stands from the bed and glides over to him, her movements devoid of hurry or tension, and begins circling Declan, staring down at the top of his head. As she passes behind him, she begins speaking. "So, little one, you think today as a victory, a decisive opening skirmish in a game that left the opponent on their back foot and you with control. You think you have the advantageous position." As she passes back into sight, Declan notices that, while almost everyone is tall to a halfling, she has definitely become taller. The white of her robes has turned to a silver sheen, and despite the ambient light of the candles in the windows, her face is still cast in shadow. So I have asked you a question, so that you might be helped in finding the true answers, and yet you respond by attempting to lecture me. Very well. If you refuse to learn, I will not help you. What happens in the coming time is only has a minuscule effect on my plans for the thread. An age of destruction for you mortals is nothing more than a span of a heartbeat for me. Circling around Declan again, he feels her hand hand settle lightly on his head, moving through his hair. But allow me one warning, O arrogant little one. You do not play dragon chess. Declan tries to turn his head around to look at her, and finds that despite her light touch, he cannot turn an inch. At his ear, while this whole conversation has been taking place in their mind, he now hears a whisper at his ear. You play 4 kings. The hand lifts from his head, and Declan turns around to look at Lamora, only to find her gone. When he turns around for her, he finds the cot's empty, the groaning occupants gone. Through the front windows, he can see the town, or where the town should be, as now there is nothing left but a burning plain. Looking to his left, he sees through that window a sinkhole stretching to the horizon and descending below sight. To his right, he sees a great tornado sweeping toward him. Panicked, he turns around to see the large stone wall of the shrine, adorned with a symbol of every god imaginable, except his. A great crack runs down through the middle of the stone, and as he watches, water begins seeping through. The instincts that have guided Declan through life thus far begin to kick in, and he starts backing away, his body screaming for him to run. He feels the heat on his back, hears the howling of the wind and the grinding of the stone falling away, and watches the back wall crumbles under a wave of water slamming through it. He is knocked down by the force of it, head cracking into the stone as water fills above his head. He reaches upward and hears a voice. Good luck, O brave little one.
I think
Well,
that
damn,
silence was
Declan.
called for.
I need to change my huggies. That was scary.
And that is where we will start.
Declan, your god doesn't F around, bro.
So can we take a laundry break? I think I need new undies.
Yeah, she's not nice.
Is that what Declan's into? Should we buy him some whips and some chains?
You guys all notice that while most of you wake up after about 8 to 10 hours, Declan actually sleeps up until about 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. They come over and they're a little actually worried that he might be, in a coma or something from the damage he has sustained to his head. But he seems to be breathing normally and seems to be fine. They're kind of just waiting. When he wakes up at 8 o'clock, they're relieved that he is not going to be sleeping any longer because they were starting to get really worried. The rest of you, again, it is about 2 in the afternoon or 4 in the afternoon or so, 2 to 4 when you wake up. And those of you who have already been awake, which, by the way, if you guys hadn't gone and taken even a little bit of a nap, you will receive 1 point of exhaustion as you only got about 3 hours in last night.
Oh no, I think we were all knocked the fuck out.
Yeah,
Okay.
Crixus immediately hit the rack, went straight to the inn, took off his armor, passed out, and then morning woke up, and that whole spiel about getting the green monster and going out.
Yeah, when you wake up, you all immediately hear outside the windows things just rattling and blowing, and you hear the wind through the trees despite the lack of a lot of trees. You go downstairs and find a very high wind pushing through the town, picking up dust, kind of keeping the whole thing filled with dust. When you ask, when people notice that you're awake, they, you ask them about the wind and stuff, and they go, "Oi, tornado passed through just a little while ago, just outside of town. Cut down from north to south, from the east of us.
Did it hurt anybody in town?
A few scrapes and bruises, but didn't pass close enough to really knock down. Most of our structures are fairly strong. I think a shack fell down at the edge of town."
Poor Uller.
I'm gonna walk over and give him a big hug.
I'm actually not there yet. I
Oh.
believe.
Yeah, Ullr's not there yet.
Nobody tell him I'm gonna give him a hug.
Yeah, so I'm going through everything you guys have said. Something enjoyable.
We might
So-
all have a concussion when he finds out and freaks out. That's the point.
So you guys wake up in the afternoon with high winds going on through the town. You guys, Harburg, by the way, first comes over to Crixus. and just lets him know that because of the tornado and because of everyone keeping inside and away from that, things have been very quiet. But he will need some help. He should be a little. He should have some time to himself, but he will need help pretty soon. Trying to figure out exactly what happened. He hadn't actually slept that day and spent the time down in the tomb investigating it.
By himself?
Or the mines. Yeah, by himself, while his other two assistants kept a watch on the town. He said,
Who are the other two assistants? Are they people we know?
There are two other people at the butcher shop that didn't seem interested in, signing up for your practices.
Do we really trust anybody from the butcher shop anymore? Really?
No, it's his wife's shop, and he's the mayor, and he actually helps out a lot of the time.
Harbrook. We both know that, like most good men, he just does whatever his wife tells him.
Also, have we gotten our stuff back for him yet?
Oh yeah, he definitely came over with all your guys' weapons necessary once all this crap took place.
I meant our collateral.
Not yet. He had mentioned.
Yeah. Sorry.
He had mentioned last time that he was planning on giving back to you at the town meeting as kind of a symbol toward reparation, kind of making an impression on the rest of the townspeople. So you have not got that back yet, no.
Just to be clear, everybody is awake right now, right?
Yeah, I'm out here somewhere. We'll say out here, training with Octavius.
Cool. So you go do that. You have received a letter from your former general.
No, a manual.
A manual, a letter and a manual.
Green monster.
Or just a manual. Yeah. With detailed instructions on how to perform certain maneuvers. There's actually a whole lot in here, but you just take the first couple and
concentrate on that.
Begin practicing and concentrating on those.
And from now on, the manual will be referred to as the Green Monster, and Tony gets the back joke on that.
Okay, the Green Monster. The Green Monster manual.
It's canon.
You begin practicing with that. Octavius is a little bit slow. He's trying to look over and figure it out himself, but he can't quite. He doesn't really understand the techniques. It actually comes fairly confident for you. And I want to ask, what 3, I think, maneuvers? You have 3 maneuvers?
I get 3 when I start with, and they're already in my class book. I'm taking... You know what? I'm going to have to do it a certain way because of the way I wrote the macro. Hold on. I have goading attack, trip attack, and fainting attack.
Okay.
Do you want to know what they all do?
No, I know what they all do. That's fine.
One does this.
Yeah. I was wondering because this affects what happens next. You actually find one of the first instructions, one of the first maneuvers you find on here. You actually recognize as a slight variation of something that you have learned over the course of training your own little squad and practicing constantly day after day. You have already mastered the commanding attack. Commander Strike, I think it's called.
Oh, okay. So I automatically know that?
You automatically know that.
Okay,
you have the ability to, through practicing and commanding, people next to you and people near you to make an attack when you needed to in order to practice defense and offense and working together. You have figured that out.
Okay, let me go ahead and look that up and add that then while you're going on.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
Okay.
I get 4. Bitches.
Also, as a heads up, you have learned through through a little bit of unarmed combat and, because you haven't just done shield and sword work, you've also done a little bit of just straight up sparring with fists because you know that sometimes you don't have your weapons.
Because reasons.
You have gained the ability to do an attack with, instead of just a straight 1 damage, with a 1d2 with your fists.
Okay, so I do 1d2 physical damage now.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, unarmed strikes attacks.
Okay.
I'll edit Tirius, by the way, practicing and whatnot, you have earned that as well. And Uller, by punching trees, you have earned that as well.
You bastards.
Can't trust them. They're shady. Tirius has a great moment of him walking through the town after waking up and through the high winds, where he is thinking about his failures and how close he has come to death, and sees Thelorn picking through the wreckage of his carpenter shop, one of the buildings that housed most of his tools and most of his current projects and different things like that. And as opposed to finding him also dejected by his failures, he sees Thelorn moving about rather spryly as he picks where he can and moves things around. He's already looks like he's talking about construction again already, and building anew and redoing, and having much optimism for the situation. Tyrius feels inspired by that and goes off to take his holy oath of vengeance against, those who has hurt the town and to protect the town itself. Yeah. By the way, Tyrius, so you have the 1d2. You also, this is going to be funny. You also from now on, you have an advantage on your last death saving throw. From your connection to your god that you worship.
And the
And
fact
your
that you're
practice
so good
being
at
on
dying.
practice
fact
that
that I
being
do it
on
all the
death's
time.
door.
You have become a pro at dying because you do it all the time. Hey, I hate to break the RP. I have a quick question on Commander Strike.
Mhm.
So it says when you attack, when you use take the attack action on your turn, you can forego one of your attacks and use a bonus action. Does that mean, like, if I've got 3 attacks on the attack action, I attack twice and then the third one and then my bonus action go to Commander Strike?
If you have, if you use your action to use your attack, rather than attacking yourself with however many attacks you have, so let's say right now, if you use this commanding action, instead of attacking with your sword, and then your shield as a bonus action, you would be using your bonus action, I think. Oh, hold on, let me double check
Because
that.
it seems like it's saying that I still get my attack action, but I have to take away one of the attacks of the attack action.
If you have multiple attacks, you take away only one.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting
You
at. I
only
can still
have
hit.
one attack.
I can still smack him upside the head, but I lose one of my extra attacks, and that goes towards my bonus action and letting an ally attack.
You don't have any extra attacks right now.
No.
That's the thing, is you essentially forego your attack right now and your bonus action in order to direct one of your companions to strike.
And I add, that creature can immediately use its reaction to make one weapon attack, adding the superiority dice to the attack.
Mm-hmm. So you can do that. Essentially, once you get to 5th level and you have 2 attacks, you can attack once and then give up your second attack and your bonus action to have the other one of your companions attack instead.
Or if I action surge.
Pro tip.
Oh, if you
Crixus,
action surge, you can do that as well. Yeah.
Commander Strike the rogue so he gets assassinate twice off in one turn.
Yeah, but which rogue?
Or
Do you see any rogues in our party?
I'm just saying, in general.
yeah, that's typically it has its flaws. It's one of the reasons why I gave it to you.
In our party,
because-
it's not especially useful either.
Yeah.
Yet.
Yeah, it might come up in a very important circumstance, because maybe Krasinar needs to hunt, put something down or something as a wolf, or needs, you can maybe.
But I have to be able to see him, and he has to be able to hear me.
Sure.
To do what?
For me to allow you to use Commander Strike.
Mhm.
I'm going to test the macro here in a minute. All right, thanks. That's all I need.
Yeah, no problem. Where was I? Okay, LaFour,
Yes.
you didn't get the chance to put, your RP of turning to level 3 at the moment. Would you like to take a second to tell me how that you plan on doing that?
You mean with the College of Lore?
Yeah.
Well, it says in the book that generally people who are part of the College of Lore will attend festivals and go to libraries, and I figured with the wealth of knowledge that's in the tiny little library we have in town, as well as maybe some of the stuff that have been going on, that she met her one of the college members there, and he maybe introduced her to it.
Okay, let's retcon a little bit and say that at the beginning of this week, a bard actually arrived in town. As he's a bard and he's also a bookseller, carrying a big caravan of books. He went to Mother Yelnath to sell some things, see what she wanted, as she typically bought something, and you begin talking about it, and you find out your similar interests, and he gives you several manuscripts and books in order to start studying a little more, as well as offering to teach you a couple different tricks he knows, essentially gaining those proficiencies that you need.
Awesome.
And make things better. So he is now in town. Let's call him Oslin Bladesinger.
That's cool.
Bladesinger. That's what he calls himself. He's a very dramatic man and has lots of flourishes with his with his cloak, and he likes to play with do little knife tricks for people to to entertain them.
Have Tyrius and I met him?
No, actually, no. He's staying at the he's staying currently in Mother Yelnath's, and you guys have yet to have a reason to go in and start looking for library books.
That's probably a good thing.
Yep. So he'll be staying here throughout the week. You can go back and talk to him if you wish at any point.
Awesome.
So yeah, that'll take place, and you learn that. You also, through your many weeks in performing for the swinging sword night after night, you have gained expertise in performance. So
Yay!
there's a third expertise for you at level 3.
I think I heard. Oh yeah. Awesome.
Oh, by the way, Declan has taught Crixus, and we decided this last week. Declan has taught Crixus how to read and write, so I am now literate.
Mhm.
That is my
Canon.
Yeah, it's canon. That's my proficiency that I gained, is I am now literate.
Yeah. Yeah. So, as well as you, once Tyrius wakes up and you go and give him a big hug, and you come over and you, after he heals himself fully, so he no longer has any brain damage, and is able to think straight, you guys go over and you demand that you practice one more time, with your new breastplate, trying to fit that on. It fits well, and you start getting the feel of it a little more down, enough that you can still cast spells. However, it's still fairly restrictive to you, what you're used to. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and give you partial proficiency with breastplates. Okay. Here's the thing: so you can still cast spells. You don't have disadvantage on attacks, or other enemies don't have advantage against you, but you only have a modifier of 1 for your dex, and you have disadvantage on dexterity checks and saving throws until you get a little bit more used to it. If you choose to use it in battle, it will, and around all the time, you'll start gaining a lot quicker. But you have made definite progress so that you can actually wear it somewhat in battle.
Oh, that's tempting.
Mm-hmm.
Quicker.
It's a trade-off. You get better defense, but you get worse. Your stealth is kind of screwed over.
At this
acrobatics.
At this point, look at your party, and we are all meat walls. Just stand behind.
Yeah, I think I'm not gonna use it because not a lot of people can stealth, and I have expertise in stealth. So
you can say that you're simply wearing it around town all the time.
That works. I'll do that.
Just in case something bad happens.
But you have to power walk and strut.
I'll dance with it on.
It's gonna be just constant runway model status as you walk around.
Can we get a stiletto knife in here?
So that'll help. That'll help. You'll get used to it a lot quicker.
Yeah, I'm
but yeah, if you want to keep it, if you guys set out on any adventures or anything, you want to keep it back, or take it off and just back into your leather. So.
Wow, is that canon? That's canon. No, that's canon.
That was
an explosion.
Looks like a rainy day.
Oh shit! Is it that damn lizard? Is it that damn lizard again?
Real quick.
I'm so scared.
Let's see. Okay, Krasinar.
Yes.
What do you do when you wake up?
Good question. I got knocked out with 1 point of health by an acid splash.
Your skin is your scales are a tiny bit pockmarked across a couple different places, but otherwise, you wake up feeling just fine. You don't have any lingering wounds or anything. When you wake up, you look across the shrine, and you notice a familiar, more elderly form lying on one of the cots. She opens her eyes and looks at you. Ah, Krasinar. Good to see you awake as well. It's Halia, by the way.
I kind of figured that out.
What's a Halia?
It's the chick that I've been talking to off and on the past week. The one that told me
Really?
about the Emerald Enclave.
Oh,
Hey, how you
nice
doing?
work.
Good
She
job,
is a
buddy.
she is a grandmother in her late 60s, by the way.
Hey, we're not judging.
I don't like to kink shame.
Yeah. You do what you do.
I'm going to tell Halia that we did get rid of the Ankh eggs, but the bastard that caused all of this got away.
Well, at the very least, it is good that you have gotten rid of the natural scourge. The humanoid evil, unfortunately, in this town has got away. It can cause more trouble, and I hope you plan on seeking them out.
I have no plans whatsoever to let that guy live.
I certainly can't do much to help you. She coughs, and you notice when she brings her hand away, a tiny bit of blood across her hand.
Yeah, I like that girl.
What happened to you, Halia, while we were away?
I came out of my home in the wee hours of the morning, and apparently I was a little too close to something somebody wanted to protect. I haven't been stabbed before, and let me tell you, I don't plan on doing it again.
Where did you get stabbed out?
I told you, coming out of my house, there were men.
Not where you were stabbed at. Where on your body were you stabbed?
They ran me through the stomach. I thought I was dead. Luckily, Harbrook managed to pull me to the All-Faith Shrine after putting an arrow through the one that I fell to. Ugh.
I'm going to put a hand on her stomach and use a cure wounds on her to help alleviate her pain.
You are a good man. Good dragonborn, Krasinar.
Until I get angry.
So that one time in band camp.
Just remember that not all anger is evil. Not all anger is bad. Channel your anger to something that can help others. Be constructive. Turn it to passion. And you might do great things. Now, if you'll give me a moment, I would need a little more rest. These old bones are not used to taking something such a great shock to its system.
I understand. You get your sleep.
Thank you.
And I leave her to rest. And I go outside looking to see if the hawks have returned.
Looking around, the hawks are still not, with the extremely high winds currently going on right now, it seems like, any airborne creatures, you just can't find any. You find a couple little pigeons and stuff tucked beneath thatch roofs and that type of things, but not yet.
Okay.
You can't find anything yet. Nothing sitting waiting for you, unfortunately.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. Declan, you finally wake in the late afternoon. Head still just ringing like crazy. Just thumping right now. You can't remember the past several hours of your dream and whatever happened. It seems like whatever took place, you probably are already quickly forgetting. Through the pain in your head.
About what time of the day is this that he's waking up?
He's waking up at about 7 or 8
in the morning.
In the afternoon. A good 12 hours have passed. The sun is just about to set.
So
and some people.
I want to go check on him at some time.
Okay, you can come in right as he's kind of waking up. However, first I just want to let you know, over the course of your weeks in town, you have done a lot of intelligent things. You've investigated some things. You have done a lot of research into the journal. You have spent a lot of time kind of seeking things out and finding out more about the town. I'm going to go ahead and give you proficiency investigation.
Cool.
As
so
well
smart.
as a +1 to intelligence.
Ooh,
Oh,
stats.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, and then you can wake up.
And keep in mind, when I walk into the room, I have been training all day.
Okay.
So
He's very sweaty, covered in dust from the dust storm that has been passed through, just clinging to his skin.
And I smell all kinds of rank.
All kinds of rank.
So I'm lying there, and as I'm waking up, I say, even though I don't really remember my dream, I say, she always has to have the last word.
Who?
What?
Who has to has the last word?
Oh, not so loud, not so loud. And you stink.
Yeah, I was learning shit. It was fun.
It smells
Lamore
like
glances over at you cursing inside of her shrine and kind of frowns.
Sorry.
Declan, seeing this, kind of makes you shiver.
As he yells louder.
Yeah.
So I sort of, I don't even have the energy to prestidigitate the stink off of him.
You better, because I'm coming in for a hug, little buddy.
Oh God, no, collapsed lung, concussion, no. And I look at him and I say, I think I'm going to be on the mend for a while. Would you go to the store for me and see if they've got a quarterstaff that I can use as a walking stick?
That's fine. Do you have a...
Jacqueline, you can have my quarterstaff.
Well, I have to go anyway because I have to get axes. I lost both of them throwing them at the Spider-Man.
Okay.
So...
Well, I'm still going to conjure my quarterstaff with Shillelagh and hand it to Declan.
Okay.
You had yours modified though, right?
No.
No. He bought a great spear.
About the great spear.
Okay. Excellent. Well,
Otherwise known as a pike.
Declan, do you have
As far
our
as stats go.
gold? Because you were holding my gold, and I need...
Yes, I hand his gold back to...
Well, I don't want all of it. I
Crixus.
want enough to get a couple of axes.
Okay.
I'm still too stupid to hold my own gold.
Tell me, how much do you take?
I'm looking that up right now. I'll whisper to you.
Okay.
How are you feeling, Declan?
The entire world hurts right now.
I pinch myself and go, no, it doesn't.
Yeah, when everything stops spinning, I'm sure I'll feel better. But right now, I think I'm just going to lie here for a few minutes and take it very slowly.
By the way, Uller, several people kind of make comments as they see a giant bird flying down from the north and landing outside of town. Just, most people kind of staying away from. A couple minutes later, Uller walks back in through the swinging sword as you guys all meet back together, as you tend to do ritualistically at night to have some food and talk about what happened.
I help Declan over to the inn
Here.
so he can sit in the booth.
But I wanted to sit in the booth.
You could sit with him.
Fine, I'm going to sit here with him in the booth.
Okay.
You gotta let
Wait,
Declan in the booth.
I'm letting Declan in the booth, don't worry. But I went to see the Feathergap people. That was nice.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were pissed off and now they're not. You're welcome.
Well, thank you very much.
I also lied to them, so we might need to deal with that later.
What did you tell them?
Yes.
I told them we did a lot of heroic things, which is true, but I also said we did some things that we didn't actually do, so...
What did you tell them we did?
I don't remember.
Oh, that's not good.
This is why you write things down. Crix is very happy he knows how to write now.
I don't have any paper.
You don't need
Write it on
paper,
your
just
hand.
scribble it on your hand.
But the only thing I don't have a quill pen. I have a knoll hide. It's red and pretty.
Yeah, he smells rank right now, by the way.
Oh, Declan, look what I learned how to do. I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on Declan.
Oh, that's nice. That feels. Oh, thank you.
Do you feel all warm and fuzzy?
Well, warm.
And yeah, I agree. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'm adding that now.
Halflings are very hairy people. They're pretty much always feeling fuzzy.
Do you want anything from the shop deck while I go get these axes?
No, thank you.
Right,
Brass said I could use his quarterstaff.
Okay. Are they going normal? Are they going? Which store am I going to in town for axes? Hand axes.
Ironhead. He sells all
Wouldn't you go see the half orc?
Yeah, the half-orc Ironhead. He sells, pretty much most things you can imagine at...
Does he go by market price, or am I going to have to haggle?
You probably will have to haggle it, to get the best
Would you
price.
like me to go with
You know what, Crixus?
Yes.
I'll come with you. I speak Orcish, you know.
Do you? Would you like to come
Yeah.
and help me? I just need some freaking throwing axes.
Yeah, I'll come.
I'll
But first
come
I
as
have
well.
to stop by my shack. I'm going to see how it ended
Oh,
up.
on that, and I walk over and give him a big stanky hug. We have something to tell you.
What is happening?
We have
I'm
something to tell you.
Oh,
Or
whoops.
tornado passed by and destroyed your shack.
Be brave, friend.
It destroyed my shack.
It's
My
Georgia
bear
Shack.
hug is now tightening because I expect to freak out.
Alright.
Con!
Well, I can always rebuild. Let's go get some hand axes.
I will go with them because I have persuasion.
Hey, are you crying on
Declan.
my shoulder because I'm giving you a hug?
Yes.
Are we connecting?
Aww.
Much
LaFleur
more
literally
than-
does that as she's standing there. Aww.
Much more than when I wanted to throw you down the well.
We've grown so much since then.
Yeah, we're not burning each other alive.
About that,
Perhaps.
Declan, I know that you are hurt, and that thinking about numbers probably only makes that hurt infinitely worse. But is there a way that I could borrow 10 gold? I'll pay it back.
Borrow
I'm
from.
just gonna hand him 10 gold.
I'm assuming I'm trying to do this like as you guys are leaving, like so you don't actually
Oh,
know.
okay.
Sure, you can borrow 10. That wasn't math. That was just one number. More than one, we're gonna have trouble.
Less intelligent individuals like myself pretty much have trouble keeping track of numbers. I'm not proud of it, but there's a reason I let you handle my accounting, and I do appreciate it. And I take 10 gold and go off on an adventure.
This sounds like a misadventure to me, but
It is intentionally vague, but you guys may continue.
okay.
Cool.
So we go
What's
get access.
market price for the axes, by the way?
5 GP per. I want to buy 4.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So go ahead and as you enter, roll a charisma check. Persuasion.
Me?
Yeah.
Just him? Because I went
Are
to
you
do the
going to
talking.
assist them?
Okay, yeah, if Thor's doing the talking, you go ahead and do that.
I
you
think
can get
I
advantage
think
on
the
this.
crying orc is.
Or whoever wants to do it, just...
Yeah.
Okay, 18. You come in and Ironhead's there sitting at the back of his shop, polishing something. Polishing a big, heavy sword. Looks over and goes, "Ah, the heroes of the town. Well, I
have
hope
more
you're
of a
here
charming
to
smile.
load up on arms so you can go kill all those bastards."
Oh, yes, indeed.
Well, actually, well, I'm shutting up now.
Those bastards took my shack.
And I'm giving him another hug. It's a very emotional time.
Whatever you guys need right now, huge discount for you.
Oh, good. We need 4 hand axes,
Can
and
have
I
arms?
need 3 crossbow bolts.
Let's call that 10 gold for the hand axes, and I'll throw in the crossbow bolts for free. Those things don't cost much.
Yeah, can't you
Very
normally
well.
get like 20 for a gold?
Hey, Uller, you're still walking around in that armor?
Can you call this armor? It's more like
Seriously.
a thick cloth.
Yeah.
Do you have anything that would
Your
cheer him up?
leathers.
Apparently, Mother Nature said F you and took his shack.
They took my shack.
Oh, come here, buddy. Another hug.
Yeah,
I got all the hugs
I heard,
today.
man. I'm sorry. You should get Thielorn to fix that up to you once he gets back in business. Look,
Wait,
I'll
he's not in business.
I'm a
right?
little ashamed of having somebody as big as
We'll
you
inform
walk
you in a
around
minute.
with that little armor protecting you.
Oh, really?
Look, if you can afford it, I got either studded leather for you for 30 gold, or maybe fix you up with a chain shirt or some scale mail for something cheap as well. And let's call about 40 gold for each of those.
What do you
Well,
got,
I don't
buddy?
really have any gold, but I'd take another longsword. I could always use a spare
how
one.
are you looking on a coin there?
Me? Like
Mhm.
my coin that I have on me?
Yeah.
I have 90.
What?
You want to go halfsies and give him a pick-me-up armor piece?
How much did he say again?
He said 30 for the studded leather, 40 for the chain shirt or scale mail.
You want to go halfsies on the studded leather?
Sure, I can do that.
Okay.
I have 17 gold.
Shut up! You're getting a gift, damn it! You lost a shack.
Yeah.
We're being nice.
Let your party be nice to you.
Happy
Fine.
Midsummers.
Yeah, really.
Midsummer, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. You did us a favor. We're doing you a favor. Just hopefully that doesn't come and bite us in the
All
ass.
right.
And I'm going to name this armor before we give it to him. You ready? You ready? The Shack Avenger.
I hate you.
What?
Love
Everything
runs
you
fickle
said.
in his family.
My family's dead.
Oh.
Oh.
But thank you for the armor. I appreciate it greatly.
And you don't have to call it that. I just thought it would be funny.
It wasn't. It wasn't funny.
I'm working on it, okay? I don't have proficiency in humor yet. I just learned how to fucking write. God, I'm like a 5-year-old.
What are the stats on leather or studded leather?
It's I think 12.
13 AC and it goes with your
Ooh.
dex. Let me double check.
Bumped me up by
I'm pretty sure it's 12 because leather. It's one step above leather armor.
It goes, yeah, but it also mods off your dex, not your.
That's true. I know. I'm just.
I don't have any decks, but I have my book right here. I'll look it up.
Well, I'm already flipping. You hear me flipping? I'm flipping.
All right. Real quick meta moment. Why you don't want medium armor? You can wear medium armor.
Because we're broke and cheap and we're buying him a pick-me-up gift.
Oh no. I just thought Uller was not wanting medium armor for some reason.
I do want medium armor. I'm saving up for breastplate.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you
I'm
didn't take it
going
when
to-
you found a breastplate then.
I'm going to walk
I
in
figured it'd
behind
be
them.
too small. It was a human breastplate, right?
That's
Yeah.
true, but it can be fixed just the way it's because LaFour is too small for her. It's too big, and she fixed it down. Well, it's too late now. You didn't say anything, so
It's canon.
Yeah. I didn't really think it'd be efficient to upgrade it, considering how much it costs baseline.
What were you going to say, Tony? You were trying to
whatever.
say something.
Too late now.
Tony was trying to say something.
Tony wasn't saying something. That was me.
Oh, go ahead.
I was? Snooze
I
to
was gonna
me.
say, while they're busy fighting each over the armor, I'm going to walk in as well.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because Crass thinks that it's time that he tries to get something a little bit better than what he's wearing.
the studded leather armor is 12 plus your dex mod.
Yep.
Druids can't wear metal,
I know.
so
They can wear light armor.
Ooh.
yeah, but studded leather has metal in it.
The hide
how-
armor doesn't.
Oh, hide armor. Oh, okay, yeah, that works. Can you wear medium armor?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So
I just have
yeah,
to find
you can
out
go
where
ahead
it
and
is in the book.
I've got
you
it right
head
now.
in.
It's 10 GP normally, 12 plus dex modifier. And you can
So
wear
you
up to
head
2
in
pieces.
and go over to find. You head over and start looking through, and Ironhead notices you and goes, "Hey, Dragonborn, you're a druid, right?
That I am.
I heard you guys don't like to test the touch of metal on your skin or your scales in this case."
It's more the fact that it makes trying to commune with nature a little bit more tedious.
Well, My selection's mostly gonna be stuff with metal in it. If you want something to protect your skin or your scales, sorry, I'd suggest you head over to I forgot how to pronounce the name. Something with a C. Chandler and
Chun-Li?
Chancerel's place. She has some damn good hide armor she can offer you.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was looking for. And I'm going to go over to the hide armor place.
As he walks out, Ironhead turns to the other one and goes, I'm a damn good salesman.
What does max 2 mean? Does that mean I can wear 2 pieces of chain armor?
No, it means that's the max that your dexterity modifier will apply.
So if you have a dexterity modifier of 3, it's useless. You don't get to use it like that. So heading over to Chancerel, she is just kind of closing up shop, it looks like, and she sees you and goes, I think I've introduced. Yeah, you've seen her before.
Could
Krasnar.
I have slipped over with him?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Krasnar. LaFour. Don't tell me you guys went hunting on a day like this after all that shit that happened last night. For it.
No, it's more
crap.
like I took 3 magic grenades to the face.
Without the healer available.
Huh.
Yeah.
Don't know what I can do to help you with that. But, if you're looking to
You wouldn't by
improve
chance
yourself,
happen to have any hide armor, would you?
I would. Yeah, here. She opens up the shop one more time and leads you in. Heads over to a back wall. Again, most of the shop is harnesses and other like different things for farming utensils and more rustic stuff. But she leads you to the back, and there's a small selection of different armors. One of which is a good piece of hide armor with a little bit of fur lining the collar, and looking a lot more. Like she actually looks like she intentionally made this to look more natural and rustic, or not rustic. She rather than clean everything up perfectly, she intentionally made it look like
It's hipster armor.
Weathered.
She
weathered
wanted it to
or
look vintage.
Rugged.
Is it like the
rugged
pre-torn
is the word I was
jeans?
looking for. Rugged is the word I was looking for. However, it's still, you look at it, and it's really good armor, hide armor that would protect you. She goes, this bad boy I was planning to sell for 15 gold, but for everything you've done to the town, let's call it even 10.
Done and done. With everything that's going around, I've been thinking that I'm gonna need a little bit more protection.
Trojan man.
Seeing as nobody's really in need of my services anymore, I'm gonna go check on Pell.
And I would like to return to the booth that we left Declan wallowing in his misery in, and
Okay.
return to him the gold pieces that I borrowed.
I'm gonna
Because
go-
Pell's house was just after Ullr's shack, so I want to make sure that the farm and she's
Oh.
okay and
What?
her grandma's
No. Pell's house is down at 14, down here at the bottom.
Uller Shack is.
Ullr's shack was right in between that
No,
farm.
it's
and-
No,
it's
no.
Carrion
It was
Rock
up here.
over to the right.
Yeah, it was. It
Right
was right here,
Yeah.
and Pell's house is this one. Yeah.
Yeah, and you had said that it moved over there from north to south, or something like that.
No, I said it ran from north to south on the
Yeah.
east side of town.
Yeah,
It didn't
and
take
that
out
is the
anything.
east side.
Well, it didn't take out anything but the shack.
Yeah, it's just that's why she's concerned. She wants to make sure Pell wasn't hurt, especially after the whole thing last night. Maybe she was in town. Maybe she got hurt.
Okay,
His house is
I
in
just-
the middle of Red Larch, not to the east.
Yeah, I'm still confused how you're confused, but whatever.
She's thinking
she
it went
isn't
right
anywhere.
down the middle of town.
No, it
No,
didn't.
no.
Ran outside of town.
Isn't that outside of town?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, but you're still. Hold on. Which one are you? You're okay. Go ahead and say where you think that she is. Yeah, that's
No.
not her. As we keep
Yeah.
telling you, she's down south at 14. Right there.
Oh, the map moved. Sorcery!
Oh, okay. Yeah. I messed up. I'm sorry. I thought she lived over there on the farm.
No, I just when I keep telling you, hey, she
Well, that's
lives
even worse
14
because that's one of the
around.
quarries. That's scary. Yeah, I'm definitely going to check on her.
Okay, yeah, you can go over and check on her. Inside, in the midst of all the chickens that are roosted there and stuff in the back, you find her grandma Minnie, and she calls up for Pell. Pell comes down and goes, "The four!
Pell,
Oh.
are you all right?
Oh, I hid inside all night. My grandma told me I couldn't leave to go look at the fire.
That's
But
good.
I heard you rescued Braylon.
Yes, we did.
Oh, that's oh. You're my hero, Pell." She goes over and gives you a really big hug.
Thank you.
And she starts talking to you, just chatting and asking about everything that happened.
I'll try not to make her too scared, so I'll kind of dumb it down a little.
Yeah, you can tell, like, Minnie is watching over your shoulder the entire time, and you can tell that she has a slightly skewed version of events from happened last night. What exactly went down? She didn't hear quite as much the danger, but
yeah,
it gets some
I'm
idea.
keeping it dumbed down too.
Yeah.
Children don't need to hear about murder. Thanks.
Yeah. Who is everybody again heading back into the inn?
Yeah, I got everything I needed. I'm headed back to him.
Yeah, after I come down to.
I would like
Pell,
to
I'll
try
head
and
to the inn as
find
well.
my sign that I commissioned, but I figured I could just roll a check.
Yeah, go ahead and roll an investigation check. Looking around, you actually find your shack had been apparently blown hard enough that it kind of picked up a little bit, and you find bits and pieces of your wood kind of scattered all, in a big area. Unfortunately, you do not find the one piece of wood that happens to be the sign.
All right.
You can see that several pieces are kind of actually broken up from landing hard and kind of shattering. So you're thinking maybe some of these pieces are part of the sign, but you can't find a consistent piece.
I'll head back to the inn then.
All right. So those of you who have returned, which I think is everybody, maybe not LaFour, because I don't think she's the one that said so.
Actually, I said after I talked to
Oh, you
Belle
do?
for
Okay,
a
cool.
little bit, I headed back too. Yeah.
So everyone's back at the inn. Inside, while you guys are sitting around, you guys are talking about things, and you look over and you do notice Kalissa speaking with a dwarf sitting on a big keg of ale. He has shorter hair on top and a very, very short beard, which is odd on a dwarf. He's sitting on the keg talking with her. They're laughing together, apparently discussing something. That's besides that, you do notice a couple other random travelers coming in through town. But he's someone that sticks out to you as somebody who has a little more of a story to him. But before you can go up and invest, if you guys had any interest in investigating that, Harburg, Tansen, and Octavius walk through the door. Come over and pull up seats next to you guys.
Good evening, sir.
Evening.
Harbor.
You all rested up and fixed?
Well, mostly. Declan's still a little beaten up.
I'm sitting there using my axes to sharpen them against each other.
Nice axes, cuz.
Yeah, I lost the good ones I had at some fucking Spider-Man thing. You remember the thing from last night I told you about?
Yeah, I heard. Don't know if I quite believe you, but
I'm telling you, he was walking on the fucking ceiling like a spider.
Yeah, sure. Anyway,
I can attest to
Reminds
this.
me of
I
home.
jumped 20 feet up in the air and almost got him.
me and my barbarian friend Harburg have been patrolling the town while you guys have rested up from your journey last night.
Harburg's
Let me
a
tell
barbarian.
No, Harburg and the barbarian.
Oh.
Thumbing toward Tansen, who's still sitting there, very
can
very
read numbers,
quiet.
I'm sorry.
This larger man dressed up in. What exactly does he look like?
We're talking about Tansen?
Yeah.
He's pretty big, beefy guy. He's not like handsome in a traditional sense, but he's, hyper masculine. He's got like salt and pepper hair, has a really long kind of semi-braided beard, has like a little too much gold jewelry than you'd expect on like somebody who was, trying to display their manliness so much.
So Mr.
Doesn't-
T is Brock Lesnar?
I was thinking like Mr. T, only white.
I like
Excellent.
the analogy. Mr. T means Brock Lesnar. Just smush them together.
Mhm.
Yeah.
He just kind of grunts. Mhm.
Pooh.
Does he pity the fool?
Well, we've done our part. Now it's your guys' turn. I'm going up and going to bed. And he starts pushing his chair in. Tamsin.
Harbrick.
No, Harburg's still sitting there. It's Octavius
okay.
that's getting him leaving. Tansen goes, getting a drink first. Goes over and to the bar is right next to the dwarf and Kalisa. Harburg though is.
As Octavius walks by, I stick my foot out and trip his ass.
All right, go ahead and make a dexterity roll versus him.
Oh, god damn it!
Just do both as I progress with this. Harburg looks at you all and go. All right. First things first.
Damn, that wasn't bad.
That wasn't good, bad at all.
Do I oppose it?
I've been searching through those ruins down
No,
there.
I'm rolling against Octavius.
Yeah. I've been searching those ruins there all day. Still confused with what I find. We're gonna go down and check them out.
Got him! Got him!
Yep. Octavius, not expecting it. Suddenly his foot is stopped, as he tries to put it forward. Falls forward and hits his head on the table in front of it and lays there for a second. And he goes, you bastard, Crixus.
Pay attention, you
Suddenly I
goddamn
don't feel
archer.
so guilty.
Guilty for what?
He stands up and kind of walks back a little bit dazed upstairs.
I look at Crixus like, yes, you're the man.
High five?
Trip that little fuck.
Excuse me, high five.
Fist bump.
Gentlemen, if you had enough, we need to go investigate that ruin.
Yes.
All right.
I need you to tell me exactly what happened.
Well, we went in there,
What
and then
was the,
she got
Not
trapped,
here.
and then
Let's go down.
What was the name
And
of
he's
the
gonna-
dwarven rune that I thought it looked similar or had heard about?
Yes.
Belsavis or something like that.
One second, I'll find that name again. But he kind of motions to everyone to follow him as he
I'll help Declan
Goes
if
out.
he needs it.
However, instead of going toward the back of Whaler's shop, he heads north to town up to the quarry at 24.
Oh, fucking knew it.
so they found another
And-
entrance.
Leads you down in there. At the bottom, he goes into a corner that has larger rocks and pieces of wood kind of scattered about in front of it. If you look over, it looks kind of like it had simply been removed from whatever this corner was. Behind it, there is a very small, really hard to see entryway that he has to kind of like duck down into and then stand up. And but he leads you
Stop clicking on the map.
up and then through a tavern.
Thank you.
He leads you up and,
Damn
and
it,
through a
Crix.
tunnel. He leads you up and through a tunnel.
Troll of the group, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, go ahead.
guys, yeah, that's not a worry. Just don't worry about it.
The train is off the rails, folks.
Yeah. -5 XP. Both.
Oh.
No!
But I have all
okay.
the XP, remember?
Yeah, I told you how much you got for that.
No, you didn't.
I wondered where that went.
Yeah, I did. I sent you a Skype message or a whisper or something. I remember telling
I
you.
never got it. I wasn't on
Okay.
Skype. Just whisper me.
I will give you another one.
Yay. Thank you.
Anyway, leads you through and leads you to over here.
Lag.
There's a tunnel leading.
Oh, while we're going
Back.
down here, I'm going to be like, why did you drag us to this godforsaken place again?
Because there's something we need to all check out. I want your opinion on it. I want you to tell me exactly what happened and where.
Swear to God, if Larocque is still here, I'm going for him.
Trust me,
I
if
know.
he was
I
here,
hope
he'd be
this
full
time.
of crossbow bolts. Oh, XP, not GP.
Yeah, I got it.
By the way. Just okay, anyway, so yeah, he leads you in, and once again, you guys are back in this big room, 20-foot ceilings. The stones are in a slightly different place than you remember them being, and they're no longer floating. However, Harburg walks into the middle of the room, right here, and stamps his foot down, and they all rise up about a foot. Now, I'm not someone who has a lot of experience with magic.
Whoa.
I'd like to ask you what your opinions are of this room.
It's fucking
I look up.
creepy.
I look up and I
roll
go,
Arcana?
looks like magic.
So we're all over here now instead of where we are.
Yeah, don't worry about your tokens for now. Just this, because no magic. Just you're around. Describe if you go over and check out anything, but
Can
or
I roll
ask.
Arcana and look around, maybe
Yeah.
see if I can find the source?
Yeah,
What are these things off on the side of the room?
those are description.
Please tell me that
But
was
they're
with
essentially
advantage.
no, it's not with advantage. But
Damn.
you do look around and you get the feeling that there is some sort of obviously there is some sort of spell placed upon this room in the center, essentially to levitate rocks. You're not 100% certain what the purpose of it would be, but it actually appears focused on the rocks itself. So, judging by the fact that this was this has mining tunnels and stuff leading around, maybe it has something to do with being able to lift heavier things and moving it about, such as large rocks and stone cores and stuff. You are completely baffled as to how it was accomplished.
Can I use perception to look for like any ruins or anything that like a magic circle or anything anywhere on the walls or the floor?
With that Arcana check, to look around, and you don't see anything obvious, but you can roll an investigation check to try to figure out a little better.
Oh,
What's
the things I'm bad at.
What's the ground made out of?
The ground is simple. The ground is
Yay.
stone that is actually covered in a thin layer of dirt. Places you can kind of actually watch. You can very clearly see where the battles took place, as there's large large patches of ground that have been completely removed of dirt in an almost complete circle, as well as where paw prints have been and people have fallen down and all these different things.
So it's like a dusty dirt. It's not really dirt.
Yeah, it's maybe half an inch to an inch of dirt on the floor. That's uneven because it just have being moved around.
This
Do I
place
still
looks
have that?
crazy.
Do I still have that book on that dwarven city, or did I give it back?
You gave it back at the moment. Oh dang, I forgot to actually look up what the thing was. Anyway, so 6 low stone slabs. So anyway, those things that you asked about, these things right here, they are low stone slabs set against the walls. Each holds a humanoid bones dressed in scraps of tattered cloth and rusted iron.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So yeah, these bones are the shapes. Oh, sorry. Okay, inscribed into each of the stone slabs is one word. Says Delver.
Delver.
Mm-hmm.
Do I recognize that language?
No, it
No?
actually. I mean, yeah, you don't. You actually think it's probably common. I mean, it might be a different language, but that word does exist in common. Delver. Somebody look on the
Well,
ground.
the reason I asked is because I was like, he said he went to the Underdark constantly, so maybe it was like Undercommon or.
No, it appears common, and it actually is a. Oh yeah. Anyway, sorry.
I know Elven, so I would have.
Yeah, you don't recognize it as a language in any language you speak. Is different from common.
And all of them are inscribed with the same word.
Yes.
They all say
The-
Del.
I'm gonna go and stand in the middle.
By the way, when you are looking around at that, Harburg says, "There's a sign out there. It mentions that word. I don't really get the correlation though."
What does it say?
Come here. And he leads you out of the room into the next room. 1 second. Where's that thing?
To T7?
Yeah, no, into T8 at first. I wish I'd screw it. So in that room, on this door right here, inscribed into it in a stone plaque, that you guys had not even at any way noticed as you were running through chasing this guy. You see a sign that says, 2 stones. Thou shalt not disturb the Delvers.
Well, then it sounds like we should exactly disturb the Delvers.
Can I go rattle the bones?
I tell Harbrick to stay here.
I am pulling out my
Yeah,
gladius.
fat chance of that.
I'm
I'm
gladius and
standing-
flexing a little.
I'm standing in the center of the room. I need my icon, my token. You pulled it off the screen.
All right.
Just to make sure, we did level up and got our hit dice and everything like that, right?
Yeah, I
Yes,
did mine.
you guys all did level up.
I'm gonna go rattle the bones.
Thank you.
I'm going to stand just outside the room, still in T8.
Which bones are you gonna
Right
rattle first? Because
here.
I'm gonna stand next to you when you do it.
Oh, no,
Haha.
okay.
9 points to my.
You go over and start shifting the bones, picking them up, rattling back and forth. You wait for a second, and nothing seems to happen.
Are they like floating on this thing, or is it just like a stone altar?
Just a stone altar.
Well,
Does it look
I
like I
guess we
can
should
take it
bury the
down?
dead.
I'm gonna stomp my feet repeatedly where I'm standing.
Okay. When you stomp your foot, all the stones crash to the floor, and
Oh.
kind of some of them kind of break a little bit, and then or they don't actually break. They're fine. You hit it again, the second stomp, and it rises back up.
Huh. That's
What
weird.
did you do?
It's
See-
motion activated.
Seeing her
Oh.
do this, Crixus is like Hitler marching around on purpose, turning the stones on and off, having a grand old time.
Harbor calls out, "Will you stop that?
But it's
Are you
fun.
accomplishing anything?"
Yes, I'm having fun.
All right. Come on,
Hey, Crixus, why don't you look for your blades while we're here?
Oh, because
come to the next room.
Yeah,
Was it-
I think Harbrook wants us to go fuck around somewhere else. We should go now.
Come on.
Hey.
He leads you into the next room.
Which room?
Over into T7.
Declan
Harold-
and I stand
is-
next to each other.
Is Harold still everywhere?
Harold is still everywhere.
What did you do?
You notice as
Wasn't
he walks
us.
by, Harbor kicks Havard's body.
Oh, this is disgusting. Oh, it smells. Declan, can you do something about this, please?
The hell did you guys do to this man?
It's
Wasn't
great.
us.
He's
It was
everywhere.
LaRock. It was crazy bastard
Who?
priest.
Crazy.
I still
What
think
did
it was
he do?
Declan.
Shove a spell up his brain?
You could say that. You remember how I told you I took a tank 3 magic grenades to the face?
Oh God.
Yeah, this is what happens when you can't do that.
Oh God.
He tried to eat the magic grenade. Didn't work out so well.
But that one red streak on the door, that one's me.
Oh my God, Declan. Okay. Let's get on with things. did you-
Let's move on before I find an eyeball and I might be forced to play with it.
You're worse than a cat.
I'm telling you.
What did you want to show us, Harbert?
Well, one, I want to ask you again to explain everything in detail for what happened in this room.
Okay, we do. Let's just. It would take
Yeah,
too damn long. We do.
You do. You go through it, you explain everything, make a persuasion check
I got it.
with advantage. No. Crixus with
Crixus,
advantage.
go.
I said we.
All right,
That's
you're the
why
one who
you're
spoke
the
up.
floor
You're the one who
will
spoke up, so I'm having you do it.
Oh God.
I'll do it.
That's what you have
80 charisma.
advantage. You have advantage
Doesn't
because
I'm horrible at these.
Wow.
See?
Yeah.
LaFour's constantly correcting him.
Yeah, really.
Together you guys aren't, and before actually having never actually been in this room and realize. Oh no, you were in this room, but you
I
didn't
was
see
in
what
this
happened
room
at the end.
until the
Yeah.
mage dude, so I was here for the
Explosion.
fight.
No, Crixus, you were not 8 feet tall and you didn't have 4 arms. Quit fucking up the story.
It's my damn story.
So, these two came and started working for me about a year ago. They came through town looking for work. They seemed like nice boys.
Obviously, they
Jalessa.
were wrong.
Kind of glares up at you.
People can be tainted by the most insignificant things, and unfortunately it happens all the time. Good people can easily turn bad.
Sounds like they were seated here a long time ago, waiting
I was going to say, did anyone else
You have a
show up
lot of
in town?
experience with that before.
I do.
Yeah, tell me about that sometime.
I will.
This is what hurts the most. I've known these brothers for a while. They were practically like family. They seemed to be earnest in helping out and didn't put a foot wrong. Always treated my wife with respect.
I'm sorry for your
And now they're
loss, sir.
dead. Whether or not they attacked you first, I'm a little bit angry that you slaughtered them.
We didn't exactly slaughter that one. That was
No,
his
we-
It was a
boss.
kill or
kept
be
it-
killed time of the moment, man. They jumped through the door at me, and
They
I'm
had
about to let
masks
shit
on.
like that
we
happen.
didn't know until they were dead.
Really? Crix has just said that he knew that Tyrius had knocked his tin mask off.
That one.
And the one that we knew
The one
was
that's
Harold was
dead.
the one that we left alive. I'd remind you
Exactly.
that we didn't kill Harold.
So you say.
He got blowed up. That's why he's
Yes.
I don't
everywhere.
think any of us have that skill. And that's just, ugh.
Did I find an eyeball?
As one of the few people that had faith in Harbrook when his integrity was in question, I'm a little hurt that my integrity is now in question.
Well,
Look,
I had to tell
I'm
the
just
story.
wondering what your plans were. You're planning on interrogating him, on torturing him to get information out of him.
I planned
That's
on
something
making
that I
him
look
think I was
down on in my
torturing him.
town. At the very least, you should have come and waited for me before you did anything, and also ensured his safety once he was your prisoner.
I sent a note for you, and they were trying to scare him. They weren't trying to hurt him. Not a
And it
hand was
seems-
laid on him after we subdued him, until the wizard came in and went kaboom.
And
He
it
gives a
seemed
very
prudent to know
meaningful-
who our allies were before we just went running to anyone in the town.
He gave a very meaningful glance at Krasnar when you mentioned that you were planning on hurting him. He seems to not quite believe you when you say that about certain members of your party.
You know, I'm very disappointed in you all. But we have magic. Why didn't you just influence their mind?
Because the mind influencer got knocked the fuck out.
I can't
And I only
explain
just
my
learned
spell
to do
slots
that.
in character.
Were you not there to heal him before?
They told
We-
me to leave.
We sent LaFour off with the child who had been sent down here by his father to be tortured.
And
There
Crixus
was a
walks into
child
this
being
room.
tortured?
And Crixus
Yes.
walks into this room.
Father put him under rocks
Ugh.
and left him there until he was about to starve to death. That's when we found him. And when did I gain an accent?
Who knows?
But when
there
we
wasn't
found
any.
when we found the little boy, we sent our healer with the sick and injured little boy back to the town.
With a note to give to Octavius to give to Harbrook, so he could come down here and do Harbrooky things, and then we got blowed the fuck up.
I suppose that's reasonable, but that still doesn't answer the question. Couldn't you have drug him up back to town?
We were all kind of limping around.
They were worried that Harbrook may be involved because of how connected he was with the boys.
And
We
it's
didn't
not
know
like
who
we
to
wouldn't
trust.
Cross other people along the way. Harbrick wasn't standing at the entrance. We'd still have to cross
Indeed.
Octavius and dozens of other people who were lining the streets to deal with a fire.
And who had also just accused some of us of starting the fire.
And seeing as how while we were gone, the streets were running rampant with various attacks, I don't think that our decision has much questioning.
Here's a question I have. Here's a question I have.
Sure.
And this is I don't know what you guys think of this, but do these look like the people that were described to you, Harbrook, that attacked the people out in the street?
I've already confirmed that. The ones that attacked put on their masks before attacking. Luckily, they're all dead, so we're able to identify them despite that fact.
So, but were they these masks?
Look, I just said that, Crixus. Now, if you'll shut up for a second.
Don't mind his stupidity.
I'd like, before,
Yes.
don't interrupt me.
I'm sorry.
I'd like to take a second and just let you know how stupid you guys can be. What the hell were you doing interrogating a prisoner in the middle of this mine without knowing what was beyond it? What could still be attacked? You said that you had things dropped on you. You said that you took seconds to rest before approaching forward. Now, unfortunately, that apparently let people know the way you were doing as you made a lot of noise.
Let me ask you this, Harbrook. Have you ever interrogated somebody?
More times than I can count.
How
And I
long
know
have
to
you
get
waited
into a safe position.
Shush, Harbrook. How long have you waited to interrogate them?
Once they were in a safe place that we weren't able to get ambushed.
5 minutes? 10 minutes? Who knows how long it could have taken us to get out of here? In that time that it would have taken us to get out of here, he could have formulated some kind of story, and then that would have led to dire consequences for him.
And I almost got crushed by a cage just trying to get to this room, so I have a feeling they didn't want to drag a man through traps.
Speaking of which, have you explored everything here? There's a room over there where a boy was being tortured. There's a hallway over there full of all sorts of things. Yeah, then there's the dead rat room.
A floating rat room.
Oh, and Crixus runs down the hall.
Oh no!
Oh, God damn it.
It's probably better he's not here.
My point is, Harbrook.
I agree.
In situations like this, I don't think the right thing to do is to wait to interrogate somebody, because that just gives them time to formulate some kind of lie. If you don't do that, then they can't make a lie, and they have to make it right up then and there on the spot, and you can usually tell if they're lying to you in a pinch.
So you're saying that taking your time, ensuring that they're going to not have time to formulate a plan, is better than what happened here today. And he kind of gestures to the giant mess on the room, and he looks over and he pointedly looks at Declan, who is still very woozy. He looks at all of you who have fallen, to the floor. Just secure your damn positions next time. Finally, like one more thing to say. You question my judgment, you question my authority, and you question my trust in my morality, and in saying that you don't know to trust me. Trust this. This is my damn town. From now on, if there's anything I should know about, tell me, god damn it. Otherwise, you can leave. If morality is a scale, you guys have done some good and some bad so far. And right now, you're about damn even. Don't think that what you've done makes it okay to continue to do things that I would find questionable as long as you're here. Just, god damn it, trust me for a second.
With all due respect, I think it's kind of funny how your fucking town was falling into this place. We came down here.
Crixus, you're not there.
Yeah,
I walk back.
You walk back.
Okay.
I saw nobody was following me and turned around. Come on. It's like streaking. Nobody's going with. You might as well stop.
I don't think that's how that works. All right.
That was out of character. Honestly, we come down here, we kill the ant things because you tell us to go kill the ant things. Then we walk in here trying to figure out where the ant things come from, and you're questioning our methods. Apparently your methods haven't been fucking working, or this whole little mine cavern wouldn't be a death trap.
I would like to interject here.
I no offense, sir, but I don't like being accused when my methods are under question. Especially when I'm the one down here putting my life on the line.
Harbrook, I would like to point out that we had no way of knowing that you weren't in on everything that's happening here, or even that the entire town was. We come down here and 2 of your men attack us. What were we supposed to think, or even do, if we brought them to the surface? As far as we knew, we had an ambush waiting for us up there, too. I understand now that we can completely trust you, but at the time, we had no reason to.
With the power of hindsight being 2020 as it usually is,
Indeed.
I understand that some better decisions could have been made. That being said, comma, pause for effect. That's Tyr says that out loud, but comma, pause for effect. You don't appreciate your integrity being questioned? Neither do I. We are being judged based on the events as they were, not as they appeared at the moment.
All right, I think that's enough bickering amongst ourselves. Let's go take a look at the other rooms.
I agree.
The rat floaty room! Rat floaty room!
Fine.
Why is Uli always the smartest one? I don't get it.
I have 12 intelligence. Bitch!
Fucking Goliath
I
and their
have
natural
tits.
bonuses
Shut
to
up.
intelligence. Wait.
+4, baby. That's racial.
I have 10. Shut up.
Harbrook gestures for you to
Listen,
go
all of
forward and stops Tears for a second. Goes, you guys don't seem to understand. I'm not questioning your damn integrity. I've seen now that you do mean to do good. I'm just asking you to stop and think for one damn second.
But they're all idiots. It's not gonna happen.
You obviously haven't met me. I don't do a lot of the thinking thing. It hurts.
I'm aware. Let's go.
Where are we going? Which room?
He's pointing you upward toward T6.
And did I find an eyeball with an investigation roll of 16?
No, you did not.
Oh, I tried.
Mm-hmm. All right. Leads you over to T6. I don't know what the hell what the hell this is about. The floating rat still sitting there decomposing.
There was a rock there, and then Declan threw the rat.
No,
the
Crixus threw the rat at the rock.
Right. Yeah, and now there's a rat there instead of a rock. Do we still have that
look,
rock?
the magic is weird, but that's still not interesting. Come along. And again, leads you over to T5, where all the rats are. The rats have been all pushed to the side, and there are many bodies kind of, again, once again, there are corpses kind of stacked on top of each other.
You're welcome for the dead rats, by the way.
It must smell terrible in here.
Uller, I'm sorry to have sent you on a wild goose chase. Seem to have found the man you were looking for. And he points down to one, which is a thinner man, balding on top with spectacles.
Was this mark on the wall, or did we see this mark somewhere?
That mark was on their foreheads, carved into it.
Is it still there?
Yeah, it's still there.
Do you know what this means? I'm gonna just point at it.
Hell if I know. I hate myself for constantly having to respond with that answer. But unfortunately, I don't.
No, neither do we, so don't feel bad.
Maybe we should maybe we should write this down.
That's a good idea. Crixus, why don't you do that?
That's a picture, that's not words.
That doesn't mean you can't do it.
That's beyond my capabilities.
Make it upside down V. Draw a line from one corner to the other, and then put a little line.
little line. Yeah.
So, these are all travelers that have gone missing in the past couple weeks. No, sorry. This is the only one that's gone missing. The other two seem to have just passed out of town without coming back. Hasn't really raised concern until this one. I don't see any connection between them, honestly. It does seem to be somewhat sacrificial.
the
Look at
connection
'em.
is that
Tell me what you
nobody
think.
notice.
Go
Are
ahead
they
and do an
missing?
investigation check.
Are they missing anything?
Someone or all of us?
Whoever wants to look at them.
I win.
Uller is
They're
the only
too
one who.
smelly.
Yeah, Uller walks over and starts looking through them. He can tell that the one he was looking for killed in 1 week. Another one was killed a week before that, and a third one was killed a week before that. He also finds tiny little pieces of bone that don't actually seem to match up to the rest of them, that indicate that there was actually probably another body or two here that had been removed since then. The final thing he notices is that the way they were killed appears to have been crushed by rocks.
So I think I figure out why the rocks float now. These men, based on their decomposition, were all killed a week apart by falling rocks. So I can assume that the rocks in the other room, they'd levitate them, put someone under, and then crush them to death over and over.
Ugh.
Not necessarily, because we found the boy being pressed under a rock
Rocks.
in a different room than the floating rock room. They might have been pre-crushed and left here to achieve a certain state of decomp before their bones were put in the floaty rock room to power the thing.
Well, the bones are still here, so that must be something else.
Well,
Were the bones crushed in the other room? That's a question for you, Trent.
They are not, and they actually appear, the bones that you saw. I mean, not all. They're not perfectly preserved skeletons, or they're not perfectly all intact, but they do appear to be actually pretty old.
okay.
Like
Did they have the
a
mark
couple
on their
decades.
foreheads?
A couple decades, and no, they did not.
So the bones in the other room are obviously older, based on the yellowish twinge. They're also not crushed, which is the big factor.
But it's not 100% that these people were crushed in the floating rock room, is what I'm saying.
Graces, can you help me test something, please?
Yeah, I agree, but it's the most obvious probability.
What am I doing?
Pick up one of those bodies and put them in the place of the rat in the other room.
Why are we making corpses float exactly?
I want to see what it does. That's why.
There's already a floating corpse.
Or it just float?
It's a rat, not a sacrificial corpse.
All right.
I'm looking. I've got like a weird, like, I don't know look on my face, and I'm just kind of looking around for an answer.
Crixus, has LaFour ever not been completely straightforward and, taken care of you?
She told me to stop, and I got
Since
choked.
the fighter's too much of a pansy to pick up a corpse, I'll pick it up, and Crafts picks it up and walks it to the other room.
I got called stupid. I'm trying to think things through. Guy's picking on me. I'm gonna kick a little dirt.
And once I get into the room with the floating rat, I chuck the body into it.
Does it just float, or what happens?
The body, yeah, it floats.
Oh, that it? Nothing happens? No loud bangs or mystical
No loud
numbers?
bangs, no mystical, nothing like that. Just like how you two before, it seems like their gravity just does not seem to work right in the middle of there.
I wonder if that's how the guy was walking on the ceiling.
Highly doubt it.
I'm blaming random magical shit for that.
Well, nothing happened.
I think
so I guess I was wrong in that theory.
And this is funny coming from
Let's
me.
go
I
back.
think we're overthinking this.
I think so.
Probably. These people here probably don't seem smart enough to do anything crazily strategic and misleading. It seems pretty straightforward. They crushed some people and now they're dead. Probably sacrificed them to their god or something. Something stupid like that.
On that note, have I seen any symbols that I could maybe try to roll and identify as religious here?
There's one on the wall.
Well, anywhere else besides that one?
Not really. It seems to be mostly simple. Go ahead and actually roll an investigation check for, or Declan actually needs to, because he's the one that collected the knife.
There's a knife?
Oh yeah, there's a knife.
Cool.
Whoa!
Nice.
So
you get a negative
the
for
knife
thinking
you had
ahead, though.
found, you suddenly remember that you had found it and you had stashed it about your person. You pulled it out and started looking at it. I can't remember the exact description is. So it's a dagger decorated with star motifs and a grip of night blue leather. Dried blood still coats the dagger from along its side. As you hold it, it feels just perfectly balanced. On the on the hilt, or on the pommel, is the name Razur. Go ahead and. Do you happen to know the language of the Drow?
I do not.
Don't we
Well, I'm
have a
sure-
Are we
drow?
talking about undercommon or are we talking about
Undercommon.
Yeah,
I
Why
think-
are we
do.
talking about language of the drow when we have a drow?
We have a drow.
I do.
Just curious, because looking it over, LaFour comes over and looks at your shoulder and sees it and recognizes it.
Oh, hey.
It's not
I know
a
how to read
super.
that.
It's not a super familiar word, but it actually means Polaris.
What does Polaris mean?
it's a special
that
type
in
of
character.
polearm.
Says that in character.
No.
What does Polaris mean?
It's a special type of
Go ahead and make
polearm.
a history check, or a straight investigation roll, or intelligence roll. I mean,
Pick one, damn it.
Mine.
sorry.
No, I'm telling you, it's a type of polearm with a flanged head, and it has a deceptively small stock on the butt end.
He did crit.
So
It's
LaFour,
gotta be said.
you can't remember what the word means. You just know you've heard it before somewhere, and you recognize it as a drow word. Tirius, when she asks, "What does Polaris mean?" you go, "Oh, it's the North Star in the sky." Also commonly is referred to as the magnetic north of the world. Essentially, the magnetic north of the world, where if you use a compass, it'll always point toward there, and kind of in line with that same star.
Okay.
Do you want to make
So-
the dagger float now?
That's what I was going to do. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, cool. You go over and you put the dagger into the.
Push the
I
body
knocked
out
the
of way.
body and the rat out of the way, and
Yeah, you move that out of the way. It falls to the floor. You lean over and you put the dagger in. You remove your hand and it just stays where you left it for a second, and then it slowly starts turning and
I-
points.
Go ahead.
Declan, did you just make a magic compass?
I think I did. Which way is it pointing?
It's difficult for you to figure out underground, but you think that it's probably pointing north.
Can I
Interesting.
make a survival check to see which way I can tell which way it's pointing?
Yeah.
You're like,
Yeah.
whoa, there's a floating.
Druids
Yeah,
don't work underground.
you're thinking that. Well, I mean, judging by what he just said, it might be pointing north, but I'm all twisted around under here. Line of trees. Yeah, you can't find the moss growing on the right side of the rocks. Well,
Well, that's interesting and all, but it doesn't really help us figure out why they were here.
Nope.
all right.
Shall we move
Time to
on?
go ask the prisoner what's going on.
Do
Prisoner.
we have a prisoner? Wait, there's a
Yes.
prisoner.
Put your nails away, Terius.
Prisoners, actually.
What? This works really well. Do we need him to talk? I can make him talk.
Last
you
time
guys-
you tried that, it exploded. We're moving on.
So
Anything
I'll
else you
tone
guys
it
want to
back.
see down here?
26
I'm
now.
sorry, what?
Anything else you guys
Um,
see down here?
I want to take the dagger and then take it into the big room, drop it on the ground, and then stomp to activate the levitating thing. I want to see if that'll do anything to the dagger.
Yes. When you stomp on the ground, it levitates with the rest of them to about a foot high, and once again, it turns and points in a specific direction. You'll notice that nothing else besides the rocks and apparently the dagger seem to be floating.
Can I
It points in a
investigate
specific
the
direction?
dagger to see
Which
if it's
direction
made
does it
out of the same material as the rocks?
Yeah, go ahead.
Roll investigation, right?
Yep.
Come on, good rolls. That's a good roll.
You do look, and it seems that kind of intermixed and laced. Or no, how to say this? It seems that the steel used to create this dagger does seem to have faint traces of what looks like white, maybe patterns in it. Essentially, you're kind of thinking, okay, maybe they use some of the actual somehow combined some of the limestone with the steel somehow.
I think they put some of the limestone in the blade, and that's why it's floating like the rocks.
Like the rock?
So whatever is happening in this room, it's only affecting a certain material then.
I think so.
Well, we're not floating, so yeah.
So I'm
Probably float if we sat
Crixus
on a
is gonna
rock.
go back here and find a loose pebble and bring it back to this room and see if it floats.
All right, you throw it, and it once you throw it, it suddenly catches. Or you throw it, and it does not seem to when you throw it, it seems to kind of float for a while, and then once it goes through an arc, and then it hits a certain point about a foot above the ground, and then stops. But it does continue its forward momentum until slowly coming to a stop.
Okay.
Yep, it's a rock.
Ooh, do it again.
Don't
So I
throw
take the
that at
dagger.
me.
I take the dagger back. If anybody else wants to see it, they just let me know. I'll hand it over.
All right, let's go see.
He did
This
say something
prisoner,
about going to the
apparently.
Underdark constantly.
I think
He
we
said
should.
something about there being something of interest there.
And this is Larock you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I
He was very interested in the fact that I was a drow.
have no idea what to think about that.
Well, so is
Neither.
Octavius, but we don't talk about that.
Yeah, well, we all know that Octavius can't keep it in his pants.
He can't get it out of his pants either, but that's not the point. So,
All right, let's go interrogate the prisoner.
Can I help? 'Cause I got a lot of questions.
Is that a really good idea?
Crixus wants nothing
I
to do
do
with this
think it is.
interrogation at this point.
All right.
So he leads you back up and over to. This time he leads you back up through the through Whalver's place, and you come up and you cross over the street straight to his butcher shop. Leads you to the
Has
back.
anyone seen Whalver since this attack happened?
I think that's the prisoner.
Yeah, he leads you to the back house, opens it up, or he goes around the very back, and you find an open prison cell. Just basically, it looks like it was it has two walls, a back wall, and a roof, and then bars across the front of it. Inside, you find Whalver sitting there, looking like he's exhausted and red eyes, and he's kind of just curled up with his back to you. You also see another man that you have recognized from around town. You think that he might be a farmer or something. So, here we have Whalver, whose shop directly connects him to all that shit downstairs. And then you have the son, then you have the father, who decided to trap his boy beneath some rocks for a couple of days in order to punish him for something.
For
One
not
fuck bag
delivering
at a
a-
time,
Do you
Harbrook.
mind if
For-
Harbrook
for-
and I handle this?
For not delivering a letter to Whalver. Did you find the letter, by the way?
No. But
Do you mind if I go search Whalver's place?
yeah,
I'm going to
Go ahead.
I'm going to go
don't
with
take
you.
anything.
I won't.
I'm going with Declan just as bodyguard, and I don't even want to be around another interrogation because they tend to explode.
That's exactly my thinking.
Yeah.
LaFour would like to do the interrogating.
Right next to him, by the way, is one of his, or right outside the gate is one of his butcher. One of the butcher assistants watching on.
You're not gonna turn on us like your fuck brothers did, are you?
Crastador, calm down. Jesus.
He
He's
looks
just a boy.
bit. He looks a little bit scared and a little bit just baffled by everything. He's clutching his sword he's been given very tightly.
I'm gonna go pat him on the back and give him a good berry.
Oh, I won't go Barry. I gave you hugs.
So this is Ruthar Hartherhand.
Fine. Take a good berry, Crixus.
Hooray!
I've been letting him sit out here and stew in the wind and the heat for the past couple hours. I've asked him some questions, but go ahead and interrogate them yourselves.
So,
Is there any limits on the interrogation, Harbrook?
Yeah.
Don't let them
bloody kill them.
explode.
Oh, I won't kill them. Purposefully.
How many bones can we break before we have to stop?
you said not to kill him. You have a healer.
Alright, we'll start with the hands. What he uses to woodwork.
Hey, Uller, hang on for a second. Tyrius,
Hmm?
get
Yeah,
the nails.
Why do we need nails?
Nails. And I'm going to pick up a nail and walk in front of Welver and start heating it up. And be like,
I'm gonna-
you're
I'm
gonna
gonna
tell us
kind-
what you want.
I'm gonna kneel down and I'm going to give this just twisted smile that I've seen my dad use constantly. And I'll say, have you guys ever met a drow?
You're going to tell us what we want to know, Welver. Or you're going to find out just how painful white-hot nails going into your knuckles feels.
You know, on second thought, I'll wait at the inn because you're kind of scaring me.
You know what it feels like when something that hot touches your skin? It's actually really cold. Your
Oh,
skin
gosh.
melts and burns so bad that the nerve endings die. And as they die, all you feel is this burning chill run up your arm.
Way to quote that directly from The Punisher.
Yes!
Oh, that was a great scene.
It was amazing. Give me a blowtorch and a popsicle anytime.
Ruthar is gonna kind of spit at you. However, Welver is gonna go, please, Harbor, don't send us to these animals. Don't do this.
Oh,
Monsters.
Welver,
We won't have to. if you
Listen,
tell us
children.
everything you know.
Please,
you
please.
don't know what a monster is.
Let me explain something to you two. We're going to separate you. And the first one to talk is going to live.
At this, Railver jumps at the bars and goes, me, I'll talk. Please, just don't kill me.
I saw this on an episode of Cops, guys.
Alright. Who gets
Ruthar is gonna
Wailmer?
say, bastard. Go ahead and kill me.
Oh, we're not going to kill you. Yet.
Not
Curious,
quickly,
why don't
anyways.
you and I take the
Don't scare me.
take Welver and we can leave Krasinar alone with the other.
Try to keep him somewhere between medium well and well done starts to smell. You gotta stop just before well done.
Yeah, let's not
Please.
melt him to the floor this time.
And is
Please
Wilbur
don't-
collar,
no fire.
shackled?
Please.
Oh, don't worry, Welver. You'll survive.
Yeah. Is he
You'll be
shackled?
coming
Wait.
with us.
Wait, am I interrogating Wilbur or the other guy?
You're
They're both
interrogating
right
the
in
other
front
guy.
of you. You're kind of interrogating. You're doing both of them. However, with you guys telling about leading him away, Harbor comes over and locks the gate, unlocks the shackle around Welver's leg, and pulls him out. Where you guys gonna want to lead him to?
I just want to take him to another room so he can't be overheard.
Yeah.
My idea here is to for the other one to maybe change his mind and start talking because he wants to live by giving more information faster with Krasinar.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you lead him around to the other side of the house, and sit him down against the wall, standing over him. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you every believer's name. Just let me live.
I'm gonna
Please.
stick my
Let
head
me
around the
go.
corner. It's like,
I'll leave
Tyrius,
town. I'll do everything you want.
Tyrius, give me the rest of the nails, please.
No, why
I
are nails necessary?
leave the nails with Krasnar when LaFour and I take Wilver out back.
Oh, okay.
Please, I'll tell you everything.
I pull out some parchment. I'm assuming Harbrook has something for writing this stuff down.
Mm-hmm.
Or I find some if there isn't, and
Let's
I start
with those names.
writing names.
All right. There were 6 of us. 6 of us who were able to, who were there. I swear I didn't murder anybody though. I was wanting out when that started happening. It was all the Rock's fault. He came in and he took over. We just believed in the Delvers before. We were just trying to do what's best for this town.
And what were you doing before Larock showed up?
We just watched the stones. We told us we read of them and took their and
Did nothing with them?
we they just led us. They just helped us. That's all. We were doing so well. We're making
you
this town
do what?
prosperous.
How were they making the town more prosperous?
They helped us find the prosperous the stones in the quarry. That's all. They led us from making mistakes and things along that nature. That's it. Look, Dornan did not. He was perfectly sane before the Rock showed up.
So you were using the stones and the ruins below in a benign manner, and Larock came in and put you on a darker path, so to speak?
Yes, the man led us down evil. I wanted out. I did not murder those men. That was all Dornan and Malako.
What about the dagger that has the drow words Polaris on it?
The Rock used it to carve the symbols into their skulls. He said it was the symbol of his master, of his god. He didn't tell us who, though.
I'm going to use, as we're talking to him, I'm going to use... Come on, load. Detect thoughts.
Alright. His surface thoughts are along the lines of just being scared to death. He's worried about the fact that his pants are now wet and warm. And one thing you kind of glimpse of is that he is praying that you believe him.
What was the name of his god? And as I kind of want to do rapid fire questions, and then, like, for you to tell LaFour what she picks up with her detect thoughts.
Okay.
So, like, who is his god?
All right. Give me 2 seconds before you ask the next question, as I forgot how to spell the name necessary.
So he was lying about that. I thought so. And I'll come and do this to the other guy, too. Seeing as I can keep it up for a full minute.
Yeah, I'm just trying to write out all the questions I want to ask so we can just pick them up really quick and...
Then do the same to the other guy. Same questions.
Okay.
Trying to think if there's anything else I really, really want to know.
Okay, so that's how he responds. Marlos and Rayleigh, guilt, and Sacred Stone Monastery. As you're yelling at him, those things kind of flash over his mind.
I look at LaFleur to see if there's any recognition or like if I should keep pressing.
O'Reilly, guilt. If he's guilty, I think he killed someone, or he may have been just watching. And we can find him at the Sacred Stone Monastery.
What are his plans for this town? What does he still have left? He had a very thinly veiled threat for his plans to come back and wreak ruin here. What are his plans?
I don't know. He came here and said and found us in the Delvo's lair, and we didn't know how he even knew we were there. He started talking about the Black Earth and that it would help us accomplish our goals, and we could read the rocks better. I don't know what he exactly wanted, though.
Does your friend know more than you?
He might. He was a little more fanatical about it all. Yeah. When you say that, you get the quick image of Ruthar and with a knife in his hand.
When we ask about the other guy, we get the image of Uthar with a knife.
Ruthar, yeah, the other guy.
Or she does, rather.
Mm-hmm.
The other guy had the knife.
I just want to ask him how he reads the rocks, and I don't know how many more questions we'll have before the spell wears off.
Yeah, you have one more question, essentially, I think. It's because it's like a minute long, right?
Yeah. All right. So I'll let LaFleur handle the last one because Tyrius took a bunch of them, like almost all of them.
How do you read the rocks?
Dornan has the key. It's a little bit more vague. It's not very specific, but we can tell by the way they move. Yeah, every week they're in a slightly different position. It's been years that we've worked to figure out the code, but it seems to... I've never really fully understood it. And he doesn't seem to fully understand the way they read the rocks. You read kind of in his mind that that he does not, like, he probably was faking how his understanding of it working originally to them. You get some impression of him lying toward somebody else in a brown robe.
All right. We should go talk to the other guy. Harbrick, you do what you want with him.
I'll watch him for now. By the way, Dorn and Maleko skipped town tonight.
It seems wise. Does he have any family or relatives left behind?
Nope.
We'll ask the other guy if he knows where he is.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing as he won't answer, this will be.
All right, so back on the other side,
Surprise!
I think Krasnar
This is actually lucky
was
you.
interrogating.
A love
Krasnar
story.
and Crixus was interrogating.
Oh,
Okay.
Crixus went with Declan, didn't he?
Yeah, he
Yes.
did.
Yeah, Chrysalis.
It's just me in there.
Where did Declan go to?
I went to
He
search
went to
whalers.
Wilbur's.
Oh yeah, okay, cool. So Crixus or Krasnar, what are you saying to him?
His name is Uthar, right?
Ruthar.
Ruthar. Okay. So, Ruthar, you're going to answer my questions. And if you don't, then you're going to find out just how much I love fire. Question number 1.
Go ahead and roll intimidation check before you do this.
Looks like I get to have some fun.
Go ahead and ask him your questions.
Do you know who Larok is?
Kind of looks up at you and goes, He's that scholar in town. That's about it. Never
Do
met
you
the man
know-
myself.
Do you know why he would be down there in the dwarven catacombs?
No, he's a scholar, probably interested in all the dwarven ruins down there.
I highly doubt that. He mentioned somebody by the name of Marlos Ernrail. Who is that?
Hell if I know. I haven't been out of Red Larch in a couple decades. Get a lot of travelers through town, but still,
You know,
people I know are a rather small group.
I would tend to believe that you wouldn't know who Marlos Ernrail is if you weren't down there. Or if you had no involvement with that group whatsoever. However, since you're here, and since we kind of found your son inside a kind of rock prism, I don't believe you. And I'm going to jam a white hot nail into the first knuckle on his hand.
Rob! Bastard!
Who is
scaly
Marlos Ernrail?
Dick! I don't know, I don't know. And I'd like to remind you. Sorry. I'd like to thank you, by the way, for rescuing my son from his kidnappers. I'd also like to say you're a bastard for blaming it on me.
Kidnappers, highly unlikely. Your son said that you put him down there for not taking a letter to Whalver.
You're gonna believe an idiot 8-year-old kid? Please, the kid's pretty slow.
I will believe a scared child far more than I will an unwilling adult.
I hope your conscience lets you sleep at night when you torture someone innocent man for making a bunch of guesswork.
And with that, I'm kind of gonna give him a small sign and say, I have no conscience, and jam another nail into another knuckle.
How thick is the thing that is the thing that they're in?
What?
What's going on,
Like,
guys?
was it made
My
out of-
name
was
is
it just a
Zombie
wood
Zombies,
hut?
And today,
No, it's a pretty secured, like thick wooden walls that are in front of it. I mean,
That wouldn't stop my detect thoughts.
you're okay, so you're going to cast Detect Thoughts again?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right now, it's just white hot searing pain that's running through his brain.
She flinches a little from that. Ow.
I have all the time in the world, Rothar. You either tell me what I want to know, or you've got 11 more knuckles in that one hand alone. Now,
You seem pretty insistent on killing me, aren't you?
oh no, if I wanted to kill you, I would kill you. This isn't about killing.
Ugh.
Does the word Delver mean anything to you?
LaFour, as he says that, you get the image of the bones beneath the the bones beneath the bones in the room. You also get a brief image of cloaked figures kneeling in front of them.
I'm not going to step in the room. I'm going to keep letting him ask.
Piss off.
Tell
I'm
me
gonna
when
I'm gonna jam another nail into another knuckle.
God damn it! Ah, that smarts. Piss the fuck off.
You know, Rothard, you wouldn't be going through so much pain if you just answer our questions. What does the word Delver mean to you?
I'll step around the corner. It means he's one of the men inside that cave. Dead bones, kneeled around by little cloaked men.
He's gonna
I'll look
glance
at him
up at
and
you.
smile.
He is extremely He's in a lot of pain. He is barely able to open his eyes to glance at you, and he looks very confused for a second. And
Pull out the nails and let me heal him. Then we'll start over.
I think you can heal him with the nails still inside.
You're right. I can.
for a second, the white hot pain that was mostly clouding his mind fades for a second, and you just see an image of him stabbing you repeatedly.
I grin.
He grins back at you and spits out blood, and okay. You little fuckers will pay.
I think you're the one paying right now. Since you don't want to answer the questions about the Delvers, we pretty much already know what they are, but not what they mean to you. Why did you have a knife with the Drow rune for Polaris inscribed on it?
Go ahead and roll another intimidation check at the beginning of this. Better. You lift up one of the nails, put the hammer above it, ready to drive it in. He goes, wait. I don't know about any dagger with the word Polaris on it.
It was a blue-handled dagger that would float in the room.
All right. Yeah, I'm aware of that dagger. Larock used it to carve into those men we killed. I don't know why or what his thoughts were on that. Why he did it. He just said it was important for his god. I didn't kill anybody. All right?
I'm going to do an insight check to see if he's lying about killing people. Well, I guess I won't be able to find anything.
He just seems pissed and in pain and angry. If you want the people who actually killed those men, just look at Dornan, Meliko, and Gaelker.
What was that guy who left town again? What was his name?
Dornan.
Dornan. Do you know where Dornan is?
No, I don't know. They took off. And they didn't even bother to warn me to split town.
I'm going to
They're
stick.
bastards as well.
Hang on, Rothar. Hang on. I'll get back to you in a second. Harbrook, go get Gaelker right now.
Harbrook comes around the corner. Harbrook is just around the other side. You're shouting at him. Tyrius, having heard this, leans over and tells him. He comes back with Wilver, with leading him by the chain. Gaelker.
Yes. Gaelker is involved with this. Go get him now, please.
Did I
Well,
see
might be
if he
involved.
was lying in that?
Surface thoughts didn't seem to. He did seem. Once again, he seemed to be praying that you believed him.
Hold on. First, I'm going to try insight.
Okay.
Actually, first I'm going to try delve deeper into his head.
Okay.
Since Tyrius likes Gaelker, he's also curious about it, just that name, with his -1.
His DC would be, I think, 5. Where's my DC? What do I add to my DC to?
It'll be
Your
8 plus your
proficiency.
proficiency plus your charisma modifier.
On your spell page, it says your save DC under Bard.
Plus my charisma modifier?
What is your charisma modifier?
2.
It is a DC of 12.
Okay. Fuck.
Mm-hmm. At this, you see him kind of like close his eyes and focus for a second and go, get out of my head, you bitch, Drow.
I'm
Well, seeing as he forced me out, I'm gonna try to see if he's lying.
All right.
Take that,
Okay.
motherfucker.
From that insight, you're able to actually kind of get a little more glimpse into what him praying that you believed him was about. It does not seem to be about whether or not whether he was lying on there, but he does seem to be hiding something else.
I lean close, but not too close because I don't want him to fucking hit me or anything. You're hiding something, and until you tell us what it is, we're gonna keep shoving nails in your hand.
Harburg at this point looks down to the fact that he already has, I think, 3 nails in his knuckles and kind of... Well...
You
I was
don't have
actually
the
kind of
stomach for
hoping
this,
you'd just
Harbrook.
intimidate him, but I probably should have known. Can't
If
really
you don't have
blame
the
you, though,
stomach
as
for this,
well.
Harbrook, I wouldn't stick around.
It's not about the stomach. It's just... This is not going to look good if anybody finds out.
Oh, I'll heal it over. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be able to hear the completely shattered knuckles in his hand. That shouldn't be too difficult at all.
Not for me.
Well, we have a plethora of time,
Mm-hmm.
and I can always make more nails.
All right.
Should
Fine.
we roll intimidation again?
No.
I'm saying this so that hopefully, like, it will kind of scare him. Like, we've got nothing but time and a lot of metal that could just be. I mean, I'm hoping this acts as an incentive for him to talk.
In worst case scenario, if we don't want anybody to hear, we can always take him down in the dwarven caverns.
People haven't heard anything coming from there in some time.
Oh, I'm sure.
All right, look. The Rock apparently has more of his friends somewhere out in the Somber Hills. I don't know exactly where, but he said that he could help us protect the town and make us all rich. All we needed to do was join his little cult.
And what cult is this?
He didn't say specifically. He was kind of vague about all this. I think he told Dornan, but information didn't exactly get passed on to me.
Trying to think of what else to ask him.
Do you know which side of town Dornan left on?
Well, I mentioned that he was heading toward the monastery. I don't know exactly where that is or what that is, but supposedly it's out in the Somber Hills with the rest of the Rock's little friends.
Out of character, when Harold was exploding, he was saying something, and I never got that word that he was saying. Like not like what he was going to say, but just what I heard. Just he said like Orgrimmar or Orgrimmarsh or something.
So because it was such a quick moment and you got immediately concussed, or not concussed, but you got knocked back and he kind of just spat it out at you. I'm not gonna write it out, but I do suggest you go listen to that part of
I
the
listened
video.
to it like 3 times. It's like Orca or Orgra. So I just look at him and I just say, tell us the significance. Does this word remind you of anything? Orgrimmar, Orgrimmarsh, and I just start repeating like the variations of what I thought it sounded like. And I'm looking to see if any of them like he reacts to.
Yeah, no, he looks a little confused. Is that Dwarvish? I don't know what you're saying.
Do you know where the Sacred Stone Monastery is?
I haven't heard that name.
Can I see if he's lying?
Like I said, Dornan mentioned he's taking off to the monastery. That's it.
All right.
All
Pull the
right,
nails
so
out.
I'm going to
Ugh.
slowly pull the nails out.
Ugh. All right, told you where you wanted to know. Please. God damn it! I'm never gonna use this hand again.
That's not my issue, Rothar. That's yours.
Hey, I got a
Stick around.
crit.
The skin
around.
heals over, but you notice that he like his fingers that you I think you probably did it in his left hand along the pinky first as you got right, or what'd you do?
Left hand, all in his pinky.
Oh, it's
Each
pinky.
of the
Okay, good.
knuckles in the pinky.
1, 2, and then one on the other one. You notice that they are. He tries to looks like he's trying to move them, and they don't move at all.
Trent, I direct you to the chat window.
Okay. Talking about slapping him.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you, Terius.
that felt good. Can I do it again?
He spits out a little bit of blood and.
No, I think he's learned his lesson for now.
All right.
Stick around, Rothar. If we have any more questions, I will come calling again.
You've been a great help on this.
All right. Look, this whole situation is a little bit beyond not my jurisdiction, but I feel like we need to get somebody in here who has a little more authority. I'm calling over to my friends at the Summit Hall, some of the Order of the Gauntlet members. I'll send them down here to do a little more investigation.
I would like to
Let them pass the execution, if necessary, for what they've done.
I would prefer to leave them alive a little longer until we've caught their friends and can verify the information we've obtained.
I would
It's
actually
alright.
like to contact the Feathergale Knights.
That's an amazing idea.
And I also want to go to the monastery. Or the fucking... I want to hit up the temple with Declan or De La Fleur to like start figuring out like what this god may or may not be.
Okay.
And also, because I meant to do this earlier, but I didn't have a chance, I want to ask Harbrook, how many people left town in the evening?
Man, we're still trying to do a head count, but it's kind of difficult with a town of this size.
Just that we know.
I checked Melico and Dornan out immediately. They were gone.
What about
I've had
Gailker?
2 people reported missing. Gailker, as far as I'm aware, is in his shop.
I am going to go pay Gailker a visit.
We should send somebody with him,
Yeah,
but
I'm definitely going with you.
the reason
I'll
I
rest
wanted to know
myself.
was that there are a lot of empty homes, and if the lot of us are going to be a target, which it sounds like we will be, based on the threat that the Rock left, what are the chances that we can procure one of these homes for our, the lot of us to use? I mean, Ulir's been sleeping in a fucking shack.
It might be a good idea for
No,
us
he's
to
been
not
sleeping at the
visit-
Swinging Sword, as far
I've
as I
been
was aware,
sleeping
had
at
his
the
own
Swinging
room.
Sword. I
Oh,
just
wait, no.
minded the
So
shack.
Krasinar's been sleeping in a fucking shack.
He's been sleeping in the stables, actually.
Who the fuck
No.
sleeps in a shack?
I moved out of the stables. I have a little lean-to next to the pond.
Ooh, lean-to.
Yeah, the shack.
Yeah, okay.
By the way, Krasnar, you haven't been over there yet.
I mean,
I'm not too worried about it.
we'd be willing to. Well, at least I'd be
So
willing.
wait. You've been living
rent.
down in a van out by the
By
river.
the river.
God damn
Pretty
it.
much.
I think it would
willing
be
to
a good
pay
idea
rent.
for us to have a hall of operations, someplace you can come to find us without
Yeah,
us
more important.
bothering any townsfolk or travelers.
I don't want anyone to be caught in the crossfire when he comes after us again.
Exactly.
It's a fairly good idea.
No more exploding visitors.
We'll figure out what are empty, what we can afford, and
And also, if we took Whalver's home, the really useful thing about there is we basically would have full-time guards to make sure that nobody else came to use those ruins.
We'd have to post a scout but
Sure, a lot of people will
yes.
be interested in that.
Speaking of, what was the name of the Dwarven runes?
Oh, gosh dang it. Sorry.
So many questions.
It's okay, you don't.
All right,
don't
so
forget
you
stuff.
guys go over
So-
to Galeker's and
Because
open the door.
Lefort tells him the name of the rune. She says, this might be of interest of you. That so-and-so person, I forget her name, has a book about it. And
Mhm.
old lost kingdoms. That I think that the runes are that the dwarven runes are connected with that place.
Bessemer.
Besselmer.
Bessemer. Looks a little confusing. All right. Interesting. I haven't heard that name before, but then again, I'm not exactly a historian. All right. So you head over to Galeker's. Inside, you hear some noises, essentially.
I'll take the back. You take the front. Tyrius, come with me. Crisis, you take the front.
I'm not with you.
Oh shit. Uller, you take the front.
You come into the front of the shop, and in the front there's the little secondhand store. Leading into the next area, though, there is a couple of people kind of just sitting around drinking. They kind of look up when you enter and look a little wide-eyed. Galeker is behind the bar, standing there polishing a glass.
Galeker! Can I have an ale, please?
Coming right up. Wanna be
Honestly,
fucked up.
I think I need one too.
Constable, thirsty. Constable Harbrook looks at him for a second, looks at you guys and goes, Gilker, we just spoke with Wilver. We have a couple questions. He continues polishing the cup and goes, well, Constable, you know I'm a font of information and honesty. What exactly
we
can I
didn't
help
get so
you
much
with?
honesty out of Ruthar until we had a lengthy chat with him. And I set down my ale after having finished it.
So Ruthar and Welver, the two that you captured on supposedly causing that whole mess last night. Somehow I feel like this isn't going to go well for me.
Oh, that depends
What you're
on
here
you.
for is not going to be pleasant.
That all depends on you, my friend. You see, Ruthar told us that you had a hand in some of the disappearances around here.
Disappearances. He looks at
Yeah.
the rest of the room and
Yeah,
asks anybody
see-
here. I'm just minding
see-
my shop night after night.
In that chaos,
that's
I
the
really
thing, though.
doubt that anybody would have noticed if you slipped away.
That's the thing, though. You were minding your shop while the shop was open. That leaves you with the rest of the evening to go and do your other activities. Now, see, we found some bodies down in the ruins below us. Bodies that had gone missing weeks prior to us getting here. Now, I'm all for doing what I did to Ruthar to you, but I don't think the kind people here in your establishment would like to see that happen.
Before
So-
he can say any of that, I elbow him real hard in the side. And then I whisper, we're keeping that on the down low.
Yeah, you do notice several the drinkers, while they gave you a little bit of space, they are leaning toward you, trying to hear. And when you start mentioning things like that, they're muttering to each other.
Yeah, I elbowed him real hard. Shut up.
And I'll elbow anyone else who mentions anything he just said.
Right
So-
in the red.
One of them's, yeah. Ugh.
Okay, I get it, LaFour, I get it. So, Gilker, let's be honest here. Man to Dragon Man. Did you have anything to do... Did you have anything to do with this or not?
Anything to do with what?
this whole fiasco that has just occurred throughout the night. The ruins underneath,
The cult.
the cult, people
The
in
dead
town
bodies.
being involved with this, the dead bodies.
The floating rocks.
Yeah, you get my point.
The weird god thing. What was its name again?
Marlos Ernrail, guilt.
Indeed. His name was not Guilt.
Yeah, I have no idea what the shit you're talking about. Listen,
Someone roll insight, please, because I failed.
No, I'm good.
listen. I'm just a
think
humble
it's-
shopkeeper here providing a service for the town. That's all I do. Ask anybody. I close up at, 4 o'clock in the morning some nights. I don't have time, and wake up and open it back up again at 8 half the time. I don't have any particular activities or any connection with these cults.
I lean close and I put my elbow on the bar and I kind of whisper, if you did have anything to do with it, we don't blame you for maybe being misled. And it would probably be easier on you if you just maybe fessed up now and hinted that you had been trying to escape the issue. Rather than having investigators that are on their way in town to truly investigate this happening and maybe being linked to anybody involved, seeing as we already have your name confessed and everything.
First of all, that was supposed to be a persuasion check, right?
That's what the oh shit. Yeah, but it's still the same number, so it's fine.
Mm-hmm. He's actually, is it supposed to be the same number? Because no, you rolled an 8. Because you have, well, do you don't have a? Do you have?
It says it's the same thing because performance has.
Do you have what's the word that you just got?
Expertise.
In persuasion.
Yes.
Okay, never mind then. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's the same number.
Kind of smiles down at you and goes, "So let me get this straight. You had my name thrown out when you were torturing a man. That's your proof."
Torturing.
Yeah, your friend did.
I elbowed him before he said it.
No, you did not. You
Damn.
did not get that in time. You did it right afterward.
Damn.
I didn't say I tortured a person. I said I interrogated.
Yeah.
Or rather, had a lengthy
see,
talk with.
Like we don't have other people hearing the screams.
What screams? He was
His
just
name,
grunting.
your name wasn't tossed out. See, I can read people's thoughts, and your name was in his head.
All right.
That would be deception, wouldn't it?
Well, Harburg, you seem to have taken over this town for now. If you think this is enough in order to imprison me and interrogate me, looking over at
Oh!
yeah, looking over at Krasnauer when he says interrogating very sarcastically. Very well. Not much I can do to stop you. But if not, if you don't think that this is enough, relying on her magic, his interrogation, I'll go with you. Do what you need.
I don't think we're gonna have to take you in, Gilker. Because if we leave and you disappear,
We know where to find you.
where to go?
All right. Well, I'll just be here, minding my shop. I'll see you all at the festival, though.
That's good.
Harburg gestures for you guys to join him as he leaves.
By the way, wait, am I muted?
I'm getting tired of all this talking, man. People scare me. You people scare me.
Yeah, I am
Whatever.
unmuted.
I'm a
People's
drow.
hands.
I'm supposed to be scary.
It's about 12 o'clock
You're
at night,
like
by the way, at this time.
5'4". I'm going to bed.
Did
Yeah,
Declan
Uller
and
has
I
been
find-
up all day. He
did
is
Declan
exhausted.
And I find anything?
Declan and you go and roll investigation check.
Yeah, I gotta do something. Hooray.
All right, Declan, searching through
I don't need
the
to roll.
shop itself. The shop itself is completely empty of anything relating to what's down below. I mean, it's mostly just kind of scattered. It's very cluttered and everything like that. But there doesn't seem to be anything obvious to discriminate him. However, you do find some things that catch your attention. You find a portrait that has been apparently commissioned, painting Whalver, looking about 10 years younger, much thinner, and with a fuller head of hair, with his arm kind of standing posed with his arm around a young, blonde, rather pretty girl. You also find on his desk a wedding ring that is kind of tucked away into a drawer, into a small little padded.
They did say his wife died recently, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Small kind of velvet pouch you find in there.
Okay. Did I find the letter that?
No,
came
you
from
didn't. You didn't find a letter to Whalver.
Okay.
You do, however, find a piece of paper that has been shredded and some of it has been burned.
Well, what now?
I think we find the rest of the group and find what they found out.
Okay.
So you guys all get back at the swinging sword. Most people have gone to bed at this time as it's fairly late. Harbrook goes, all right, I've been up all day. Crixus, you got a good rest in the middle of the day. Do you mind taking over?
No, I didn't. I was training.
No, you went out. You went home and got some sleep. You said that.
No, I was out training all day and I came back at 7 p.m. I went out in the morning. I got a good night's rest, woke up, went out and trained.
No. But you're misunderstanding the timeline. The end of last session was at the beginning. Was at dawn. So essentially, everybody who was knocked out slept until the afternoon, and you said that you had as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so you woke up in the middle of the afternoon. That's what he's referring to.
So I'm on watch.
Yeah. You mind
Yay.
patrolling?
No.
Stopping by the the cells I have. I'll be right next door to them, but still. Best if we set a watch.
Well.
Tyrius, you as well, before? Anybody who can.
Sneaky.
I'll go as well. I don't feel like sleeping.
Yeah, but you should probably rest, little man.
I'll just patrol slowly.
Or you can ride
Somebody just wake me up for last watch.
Here.
That would be great.
No, you get in the middle watch, bitch.
No, fuck you. Fuck you.
I is not sneaky.
Tyrius has done watch before. He is positioning.
No. Here's how
watch.
we're gonna do it. Here's how we're gonna do watch. We're gonna roll for it. Roll a d20 and winner gets to pick which watch. Other one gets middle watch.
All right. Let's just do good old heads or tails, though.
Oh, so you want to roll a d2?
Nope, never mind. Nice too, Brett.
That was me.
Oh,
That was me. I hadn't rolled yet.
Yeah.
Oh, can I beat a 5?
The 4's got middle. watch.
Oh, what now?
Your first watch. What are you even rolling for?
Woo!
What the hell is happening right now?
We're rolling
You've obviously
watches.
never done watch. Like
The first watch is the first and the last watch are the best watches ever. And,
Yeah,
and the
and
middle
everything
watch
in the
is
middle
all
sucks.
suck balls.
At my
Actually,
work, I
generally
do
the
all
last
the
watch
watches.
sucks because after you have to wake up early and then be up all day.
no.
No.
You wake up early, but you get up like 15 minutes before your shift. So while you're on watch, you get ready for the day. So while everybody else is scrambling around trying to get their head out of their ass because they're just waking up and they've got 10 minutes to get ready, you're ready. You're just like, man, this is the fucking best part of the day.
LaFour is good with middle watch because she only takes 4 hours to rest up anyway.
And middle watch sucks because you're sleeping, now you have to do watch.
You have
And
to
then
try to
it's
get
hard to go back to
sleep.
fucking sleep. Yeah.
Yeah, but by the way, the four, I looked it up in the rules and everything, just to clarify for future reference. You don't get a full long rest in 8 hours, or in 4 hours. You just simply don't have to be sleeping for 4 of them. Or you don't have to be, in your trance for 4 of them. So, in order to get a long rest,
Yeah.
you still have to spend 8 hours doing
Oh
it,
yeah,
but
yeah,
you
yeah.
can just
I'm
be
not
awake
saying
for 4.
I'm not saying that she can go and do all this tasking things. No, I'm saying that she takes the 4 hours, doing her
Yeah.
meditation to keep from being exhausted, and then maybe she reads a book or something.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Okay, so are we
As long as 8
patrolling?
hours pass.
Are we
We're
doing
patrolling. So
one
what's
person
the
per-
order right now?
Are we doing one person? Because this is a
it's-
large town. This is a large town. Are we just watching the cells?
You are. He asked you essentially just to be on alert, moving about the streets, essentially, just kind of aware and having a presence there.
See, this is why we need a wall.
Exactly.
Wall!
Wall.
Wall!
I think the order is going. Crixus is first. LaFour is second.
Mhm.
I'll do third. Tyrius can have last if he wants it.
How long are the watches actually? Because
All your tears
Yeah.
paid off.
third might be better for LaFour because then she can go ahead and get her 4 hours sleep, or rest, or meditation.
2 hours long with 4 people.
Okay, well then I'll take the third.
Okay. Crash,
So
no,
then I'll take the second one. All right.
All right, 1 second. So let me see. Okay.
I'll go with Crixus.
Okay, Declan, if you're coming with me and not resting through the night, you're riding on my shoulder.
No,
No, that's the deal.
no, they said I need to walk more to get
No,
my
that's
blood
not
flowing.
what they said.
Yes, it is.
No, roll
Roll deception. and then you should roll
You
insight.
challenge him in his own kingdom?
Damn right.
Insight.
Roll insight.
Nope.
You think he's telling the truth?
Damn.
Yep. He
Um,
believes his friend.
Damn my low wisdom
During-
scores.
During my watch at TJ, I'm going to do it as a dire wolf using a stealth check to do it stealthily.
Cool. Do that as well as a perception check.
Okay. Can I cast Pass Without Trace before I turn in my dire wolf form?
Yep.
By the way,
Alright,
my passive
so-
perception's
Plus
13. What's yours, Declan?
That's a sneaky wolf.
10.
So 16 plus the passive that dire wolves get.
Why is
Look
mine
it
so much
up.
higher than yours?
By the way, you're. Are these scores affecting the fact that you're in direwolf form? I mean,
The Pass Without Trace, yes, it does.
no.
It adds-
I'm saying is you rolled stealth, but did you do it on your character or did you? Because you're in direwolf form, which has a different stealth modifier.
Yeah, he's going to look up what the bonus was right now.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I cast Pass Without Trace before I turned into dire wolf, and then I turned into the dire wolf, and they
that's
get
fine.
so it's 16 with a +4 for being a dire wolf, so it's a total of 20.
20. Okay, excellent.
So
Perception
I
as
need
well.
to do perception.
And
And that would
what's
be
our go word,
15
Vansis?
total overall.
So let's see. First watch passes normally. Second watch, as Krasnar is prowling around, he's able to move a little bit faster as he moves. He's also being extremely stealthy as he passes around, and he's circling. And he sees a little bit of commotion, or hears a little bit of commotion over Wilver's.
Always second watch.
Caught his attention, and he sneaks up into the back lot and sees a form there crouching over the lock, trying to pick at it. It's a rather shorter, denser form than most humans. It's trying to get it. Ah, bloody hell!
It's a fucking dwarf.
Damn lock! Mine are not a bloody pickpocket.
I'm going to sneak up behind him and do a low growl.
You hear the lock, whatever, the picks he's been holding drop to the floor. It goes, looks kind of barely over his shoulder, and at that point you can see well enough to see that it's Benedict Bronzeforge, the dwarf that you guys have been hired to go out to Lance Rock. He's gonna turn very slowly, raise up its hands, and goes, "Please don't eat me. Nice doggy. It's all okay."
I'm going to, because I'm guessing this is towards the end of my watch.
This is right about the middle.
Okay, right about the time my direwolf form will be dropping. So my direwolf form's gonna drop, and I'm gonna be like, "You,
Oh,
what
bloody
are
hell!
you doing here?"
You scared the piss out of me, literally. I need a change of bleaches. Krasnar. God.
What
Okay,
are
look,
you doing
look.
here?
No, this might look bad. It's not what you think.
He casted poop
I
in
just-
his pants at 8th level.
Ah, I heard there was dwarven ruins down there. You've been
Yeah,
down there, correct?
I have most definitely been down there. In fact, I almost died down there. Not a place you want to go to. So why are you trying to go down there?
I told you my whole life story, man. Dwarven ruins, that's what I'm talking about. The Kingdom of Bessemer. There's proof down there. I mean, I know there's proof other places they have found, but imagine part of the city or part of the kingdom underneath Red Larch. I was
That
just
is true.
curious.
You did tell us something about the the kingdom of Belsimer about it. Does the
Yeah.
word Delver mean anything to you?
Denver, not that I can
And its
think of.
correlation with floating stones.
Floating stones. I'll take a look at it, but I remember tales of ancient magic that made mining easier to carry stones back and forth. That's if it is a mining tunnel down there, like I've heard, that's what I imagine would be part of it.
Bring him to us, Grax.
Look,
I'm not
look.
sure that it's
I'm
a
sorry
mining
for trying
tunnel.
to sneak in. God, it's my curiosity got the better of me. That's all.
I'll waiver your curiosity over if you come with me to and explain to my group what you were trying to do. Okay?
Fine, fine.
Alright.
Look,
And
it was a
we're going to
stupid
go.
decision. I'm sorry.
not necessarily
Curious.
not necessarily stupid decision, Benedict. You actually might be able to help us out with this.
I'm gonna do whatever I can.
And I'm going to go take him with me and wake up the group.
Okay.
God
As he's going
damn it.
back, he's gonna
I'm not
before you
waking
guys get there, he's going back. He's go, Krasnar, there's something else. Rumors of a couple of individuals leaving town. Is it truly the two quarry owners that have left?
Dornan was one of them. The other one was Melicost. They are the quarry Melikos. They were the quarry owners, correct?
So you're saying the local owners of the quarries, which have been providing lots of very good stone to Waterdeep, are now gone. The position you might say is vacant.
Greedy bastard.
Yeah, it's very vacant.
Do you know who I need to speak to about helping out with the town and its production of stone?
You could
I
say
would
he's
say
quite
go talk
the
to
stoner.
Harbrook. Talk to Harbrook about that. However, if you help us with whatever's going on around here, I will do my best to help you make sure that you can get the job of quarry owner.
Oh God. I went back and checked out that, the mine that you excavated for me. Shh. There wasn't a single piece of good rock inside. Things just changed, my friend. I can't tell you how happy dwarf I am.
One thing at a time, my short little friend. One thing at a time. First of all, we have to go to my group and let them know what's going on.
Oh, all right. So you guys head back in the swinging sword to go up to the. You wake up LaFour, who's supposed to wake up next anyway. Go up and knock on Crixus and Tyrus's door and Declan's door. Wake them up.
Does he open the door or just knock on it?
Oh well, he opens it and yells.
If he
at you
knocks
guys.
on the
The
door,
second he-
Darius just says, "If you're not LaFour, then go away."
The second he opens the door, I chunk an axe at the door.
I duck the axe and get up because I'm not really sleeping anyway.
Can I try and catch the axe?
Sure, go ahead and try to catch the
Someone's
X.
Nightmares fucked
Make a
up.
dexterity
be?
check. As he throws it rather groggily and not very smoothly, you manage to reach out and grab the handle just before it sinks into the wood next to you.
Go
Nice try,
away!
Chris,
I'm fucking
but,
sleeping.
Get up, you lazy bastard.
Nah, let them sleep. I'll come with you. What's going on?
Give me my axe back.
Keep the
I
axe.
tossed the axe on his head.
One damage bludgeoning.
You remember who Benedict is, right, Declan?
Yeah, he's the dwarf who hired us to go to Lance Rock.
Well, I just found him
Four's
trying to
waiting downstairs with him.
I just found him trying to break into Wilbur's cellar. He seems very interested in the dwarven ruins that we found on there.
Interested, like how?
Interested in that it's going to make him a lot of money in his mind.
Oh, okay. Money is a motivation I can get behind. Creepy cult, not so much.
Yeah, he didn't strike me as being interested in the whole cult that was going on there. More the fact that he thinks it's one of the lost mining tunnels of the Belsimer Kingdom.
Oh, okay. Well, let's go talk to him. I have some questions too. Maybe he can help answer.
Let's go do that.
All right, LaFour, I'm assuming your intelligence is about what you remember about the kingdom.
That, and it's also me going, well, why would he be breaking into the to that entrance if he was part of the cult? He'd know about the quarries.
Yeah, you make that logical conclusion. You also sit there and you talk about it and you ask him some questions, and he is very excited that you are showing interest in this subject, as you remember. You recall a little bit more about it. He hadn't actually mentioned the name Besselmo before, just mentioned a dwarven kingdom. But now that you guys are sitting there, you're talking about it, and he starts, telling all the tales about it. There's an ancient city somewhere rumored to be around here called Tira Bessel, somewhere in the Somber Hills. If this somehow connects to that, well, God, the amount of grant money for research, and he does some air quotes, the dwarven elders will send me, and the flock of people coming to Red Larch would just be insane.
We definitely need a wall.
Yeah, we didn't find any passages extending far beyond the town.
Oh,
Yeah, it's not
any
exactly
signs
true,
of
Declan.
anything caved in or anything?
There was that one passage that
Mm-hmm.
Harbrook showed us that we didn't fully explore.
No,
I mean,
that we fully explored everything, but there was a slight caved-in area where the Ankeg's eggs were.
Being kept, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it's possible.
I've got
Possible.
me some mining to do, some letters to write.
I
Actually,
would suggest talking to Harbrook about investigating the place. There's a lot of dead bodies, just to warn you.
Well, we'll clear
As there
those
was a
out.
cult under there, so I would suggest not moving anything stone-wise or.
Daft humans always joining cults. I'll talk to
So-
Harbrook. But a question with you guys is: you were officially the first, let's call you more sane, reasonable citizens to enter the the mines. So technically, the find is for you, as I
Well,
don't think any
yes.
cults count toward that sort of thing.
oh well.
Do you particularly mind if I stretch the truth a little bit in my letters? Say that I was the one who found it first?
Yes, but if you would like to form a consortium with this, we're not really interested in exploiting the mine, but we would like to get full credit for finding it.
Even with the Dwarven Elders?
Well, that's why
Yes,
you'd
with
be
the
a member of the
Dwarven Elders.
consortium,
Exactly. You could have maybe been with us.
but we
Yeah,
are
I
just
like
going
the
to
way
hand
it's
it over
sounding.
to you.
I like the way that sounds. Yeah,
Excellent.
so that's the story we're on with.
Perfect.
We
I-
all found it together. You went off and killed all the cultists. I investigated the mines and
I do have
found
a
out their
question.
significance.
Was there someone of importance that you know of that maybe was rumored to be in the mines, because there is a dwarven statue with odd writings around the statue that I couldn't quite place. I thought it was in my books.
Huh. Well, I mean, there are several important figures from that era and that might have existed. Thing is, I mean, it could be anybody. Didn't have a crown on him, did he?
I
Hold
don't
the
believe
giant
so, no.
axe? No? Well, fortunately, it's not the most important person. There's a... See, listen here. There's a rumor of an ancient dwarven king, the founder of Bessemer, died in battle, and supposedly his tomb was lost to us. It might be... if
What
anybody
was
found
that?
that tomb, there could
What
be
was that
lots of
word?
gold.
What was that word that was inscribed on those,
Delver?
Delver. Yes.
You got me, miss.
There were bodies down there, and they had the words Delver inscribed on their platforms.
Were they dwarvish?
Were they?
Looking at them, they didn't appear to be.
No, I don't think they
they
were,
look
but
shaped
they were
like-
definitely old.
Huh. Well, there isn't a dwarvish word like Delver, and if they're human bones, I don't know what they came from.
Probably
don't think they have any-
cultists, maybe.
Connection to it. Anyway, though,
I do have a couple more quick questions for you. I'm sorry to keep bothering you. Dornan, who ran the southern quarry, he pulled his men all off of the best stone and moved them to the other side of the quarry for some reason.
He did.
And he was also shipping a lot of stone up to the Sacred Stone Monastery
He was.
and trying to hide it in his books. I was wondering if you could, in the morning, come with me to the quarry to take a look and see if perhaps you can see what it was about the stone that he was mining that perhaps might give us some clues. And we can compare it to the stones that are down in the dwarven ruins as well.
well, yeah, shouldn't be a problem.
And have you ever heard of this Sacred Stone Monastery, by the way?
Can't say I have.
All right. Okay, that was really what I wanted to ask you. We can go in the morning and take a look, and
Cool.
at the same time, you can check out the quarry and see if maybe you want to put a bid on it.
Oh, yeah. I'll be setting all my assets, doing whatever I can for this. You guys need a good dwarf.
I've been
You
through
need
the
a
books
good
for the
dwarf.
quarry. It is quite profitable.
Oh, you just see it, just greed lighting up his eyes. This town needs a good dwarf managing the quarries. Can't believe you got so long without it.
Do you know that there was another dwarf in here in the tavern? Is he an acquaintance of yours, maybe?
Oh, Asna? Ah, well, I only met him tonight, but when you see a dwarf in a random human town in the middle of nowhere, you go up and speak to him. Seems like a good fella. Seems to sell some fantastic ale.
Good. Do you maybe know where he might be staying? Is he staying here at the inn?
That's what I heard. Staying upstairs in his room.
Awesome. I kind of look at Declan and go, we should probably intercept him in the morning. You know, just know it's always good to make sure we know who's in town.
I think that's an excellent idea.
All right. LaFour, your shift essentially starts. You move about, being very unstealthy as you sit there and you strum your harp, moving around. You do, however, see a couple people this time in the morning, really early. You see some people kind of waking up. They're heading over to set up things for the festival. Still, they kind of give you a look and nod appreciatively toward you. Don't seem in any way suspicious.
Charming smiles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but otherwise it passes without a any issue. The wind is calming down a bit, but still, kind of a little bit stronger. There is also, as dawn is supposed to be breaking, there's a lot of dark clouds on the horizon, keeping it rather dark for a little bit longer. At that time, at about the end of your shift, you see Harburg moving up and about, and he comes over and dude goes, "Hey,
Hello, sir.
I'd just like to thank you for patrolling. Normally, we don't even bother at night. This town seems to be fairly quiet, but obviously, well, damn it, I needed some rest. Otherwise, I was gonna just fall asleep in my feet and
Oh,
help
don't
me.
worry
It
about
helped
it.
me to
We
have
actually
friends
came
there."
across, what was the dwarf's name?
Benedict.
Benedict attempting to get into the ruins. Not anything suspicious. He would like to contact the dwarven elders about the ruins because he thinks it's a lost city, the one I told you about.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that. I decided that, essentially, for the good of the town, any houses, any businesses, whatever we have, can be auctioned off, paid for reparations to fixing Theodorn's shop, as well as any making a little bit of discount toward the wall.
Ooh.
Good idea.
And hearing
Yes,
wall,
uh,
Crix is suddenly perks up. No, I'm kidding.
Well, if people make some bidding on the land, on anything, if we can.
How much exactly would it cost for our group to perhaps get something of a guild hall, if you will?
Guildhall.
I'll give you a figure that's off. It's really expensive, but he says that with the plethora of empty houses already made, and the fact that they're bidding, you might be able to do it by much cheaper. At the very least, he actually, he goes, I don't know if you'll have enough gold to officially buy one, but if we can work out a deal with you protecting the town, we could probably get you, holed up in something for a little while.
I think this can be arranged.
I like it. Very well. You guys coming to the meeting tonight, correct? You'll all be there?
Yes.
Good. Go home and get some sleep or whatever you elves do. Make sure you're ready for today.
No, Tyrese is not getting out a watch. No.
We actually have one more person who is going to be on watch. Do you want us to just go ahead and rest?
Yeah. If he needs more sleep, let him sleep. Otherwise, I'd always appreciate another pair of eyes moving about.
I will go wake him then.
All right.
Bitch.
So, you guys...
Take
Serious
heartbreak
can wait-
damage.
Curious, you get told, you can decide whether or not you're going to go on a watch, based off what she tells you.
She just kind of kicks him and goes, "It's your watch."
All right, Curious, you get up.
Fucking.
However, in the about 15 minutes patrolling, you come across Harburg moving about. Harburg goes, "Thanks for waking up. Appreciate the help."
Yeah. Anything for you, bud.
Everybody else can basically end theirs at about can kind of wake up at about 10 o'clock, and spend the rest of the day doing what necessary. What does everybody want to do on this day?
Train. I'm training.
All right, Crixus goes out to train.
Before still walking around in her fucking armor.
After our entire night of CSI, actually, I'm gonna go wandering around for things to kill because
Okay.
Crixus had to think too much.
yeah, too much.
We need
thinking.
to
Must kill something.
I'm gonna go with Crixus.
I'm going with Crixus.
When was the item that I procured? When did he say it would arrive?
it would have arrived probably right today.
Okay, so I'll check back in the evening.
Oh, before I leave town, I do want to poke my head in the All-Face Shrine, knowing that they're still busy, and
Oh
inquire.
yeah, weren't we gonna stop there and inquire about the god?
Well, you guys can. I want to ask about a priest of Cyrith and knowing if maybe one showed up during the chaos.
No one did not show up amidst the chaos, unfortunately. Octavius does wake up, by the way, and he'll join you on the patrol.
For things to kill because we've been CSIing.
Yeah, you're gonna continue moving about.
Okay.
Essentially watching the town.
Have they been able to reach one or anything at all?
Yeah, they've told you that they have sent off a message to them. They have not received any word back.
Okay.
Before we go out and do something, I want to
ask them about that god.
I want to write a letter, and send it off to Elidrin in Goldenfield, asking him about if he knows anything about Marlos Urnrail or the Black Earth, or if Delvers and Floating Stones means anything to him.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. I would like to send a message to the Feathergale Knights about everything that has happened.
Okay. So.
And first thing, I want to go with Bendik down to the quarry to look and see why they might have been mining the less desirable rock. But then I'll meet up with everybody else if they're going
killing.
Okay, so LeFour and Krasnar write letters and find out a place to get them sent off. LeFour finds the same messenger she found before. And
you mean Harbrook?
No. Harbrook recommended somebody, and you found him. I didn't bother writing his name or anything, but somebody, essentially a youth, maybe like 18-year-old, who has a horse that he does messages for the town. Krasnar adds his to as well. It'll cost 10 gold. I should have had you do this in the first place between you. 5 gold each, because he's gonna have to spend
still
a lot of time moving back and forth.
It's a long trip.
Yeah.
Uller made it on foot in a day.
Oh, you're right. You're gonna cost 1 gold, and Krasnar's gonna cost 2 gold for there and back. Krasnar's gonna cost 7 gold or 8 gold total.
I made it on foot in a day, but I had to kill those, and I made a raft and went down a river, and I climbed a rock, and there were a bunch of birds that were kind of scary. And
what were the gnolls? I'm gonna kill something.
It was an adventure.
It was not. It was worth 5 gold, honestly. I think she should pay more.
Yeah, well, I'm stingy, so meh.
So
he
demands 2 gold from you and 8 gold from Krasnar. You guys do that, and you spend the entire time, whatever there. Declan and Bendik go down to the quarry. Bendik is looking around and goes, "Well, I see what they're saying. There is indeed better rock on the other side, but from what I can figure, where the mines would be, they're probably, if Dorn was in on this whole thing, he probably was worried about, mining into the old stuff, keep his men away from there.
That makes sense.
Otherwise, this whole thing is some damn good rock.
Excellent.
I'm gonna make a lot of money."
So the dwarf is gonna make money off of rock. Yeah, this is an episode of CSI. We're done.
All right. Let's see. Uller, what were you doing?
I would like to consult Thelon about his plans to rebuild and all of that.
All right, you go over to Thelon's shop, and they've already, just a couple hours from yesterday, they've already cleared away a lot of the rubble, kind of stacking it off to the side and to dispose of later. And you see him standing there with a big blueprint basically stretched out before him, a bunch of gnomes kind of surrounding it, and you see him crouching over and pointing, and he looks up. Uller!
The gnomes!
What can I do for you?
The gnomes!
I was going to see if you need any heavy lifting done while you're rebuilding. I heard there was a fire.
Yeah, one hell of a show. We'll have this repaired in maybe a month or so.
Only a month. That's
Yeah,
impressive.
we're some damn good gnomes.
All
But
right, well, if
yeah, somebody of your size would be very helpful with moving some of the bigger things. In fact, there are some, bigger pieces of rubble we have not been able to completely remove. Gonna get some, we were gonna focus on and could do it later, but if you could help us now, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I'll remove that real quick.
Good man, Uller.
Do a powerful build, so I move things to the large creature. Can I just
Sweet.
push that away real quick?
Yeah, there's basically what looks like a huge chunk of wagon that had been burned into kind of a more solid piece, and with a little bit of effort, you're able to shove it to the side, outside of the middle of the corpse of the building.
All right, well, I've got to go tend to the idiots. I'll be back later.
Guys, so at this point, it's about noon. You guys are all together at this point.
We want
Yes.
to go find some monsters.
Darius is not there.
All right.
I don't know what monsters are going to try and hunt. I thought we were just going to go get hunting, maybe
Well,
some food.
Tyrius, if
You need to come
you don't
protect
go
the
out there to
floor.
kill them, then innocents are going to get harmed because you didn't go kill them. So come kill bad things with us so innocents don't get harmed.
I would love to go hunting anything that I deem evil, but if we're just going, strolling through the woods and looking for something mean to fight, my time is better spent here.
Better spent doing what?
Well, Delorn does have a building that was burned down.
If you two are done with your lover's quarrel, we're gonna go kill something now.
Wait, are we not just going hunting? We're going to go find monsters?
They're
They're not looking for elk, if that's what you think. They're looking for something big.
But I
Yes.
want to eat
Multiple
elk.
legs, maybe that breathes fire.
All right. On the map, show me exactly where you're planning on going.
I honestly have no idea.
That's what you think your character's
On
gonna
this
do.
map?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Or
Bring
you're
up
gonna
the map.
leave.
I will
or you're gonna-
poke.
the bigger map. Okay.
Yeah, the bigger map.
I will
probably be
poke.
better.
But
Alright.
we have to
Going
be,
out
we,
fun-
we can only do like a small trip. We can't go too far away.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
So most of our misadventures have been this way, right?
Yeah,
In this
but
direction.
we did mention one of the guys that we interrogated mentioned Octavius.
Oh.
One of the guys that we mentioned mentioned that LaRock has friends in the Summer Hills.
Yeah,
So
but we
I
I
can't
don't want to
go.
go that far.
We can't go that far.
No, we don't have to go that far. We could just start heading in that direction, see what we find.
Yeah,
Why?
By the way, the town meeting is at 6. It is currently 12.
so we can only go like a couple hours out, and we have to turn around
Let's
see.
go. We haven't gone south. Let's go south.
down the long road.
Down the long road.
Wouldn't that be patrolled by the Feathergale Knights and other knights because it is a major road?
I don't think they care. We could go down Keldel Path.
Do you have something for us anywhere we go? Be honest.
I
Because
have
I'm just
a,
looking for something to kill.
Sure.
I have,
No,
That
it's
might
been
happen.
it's been 4 hours already.
Yeah,
guys.
it's been 4 hours, so I want to kill something.
That's been 3 hours, but oh, you guys all got together a lot sooner than that.
Yeah,
Anyway,
we got together. an
official
hour
game time.
early.
So
You
yes,
guys
you
decide.
guys,
I'll go to the bathroom.
you guys head down there.
Down Slumber Road, Long Road.
Apparently, just trying to find something to kill because you guys are angry. Octavius
Well,
is
I'm angry. They're following me. I don't know
Yeah.
why.
Octavius
Keep him
is
out of
along
trouble.
with you. He's looking at the rest of the party, kind of, and that's well, you told your friends, right?
About the
Yeah.
About-
all the
about
shit
the
that happened back in Esperta.
yeah, we went over that. Nobody seemed to give a damn. So we're moving on.
Good. Suppose this is as good a place as any to do it then. And he reaches
oh,
up
dear God.
to the brooch that is connected to that's holding his cape, and holds it for a second and says, Judex Sephrons, I have him. And everybody kind of stares at him for a second, and then suddenly the brooch glows brightly. And next to you, appearing in a flash of light, and right in front, right to the side of him, in front of you guys, a man suddenly appears. He is 6 foot tall, built heavily, silver hair tied back into a ponytail.
Do I recognize him?
Scars all over his face, and across his forearms are red tattoos intertwined back and forth down into his fingers. He is wearing a breastplate with a symbol, or no, he's wearing plate armor with a symbol of Esperta, as well as a giant tower shield, even bigger than your own, that has a big symbol of Esperta on it. He currently has his hand on his hilt of his sword and takes a look around.
Is it threatening, or is he just resting it?
He's just resting it for now.
Hey, Crix,
His
it's
eyes-
a bigger you.
His
I know,
eyes light up on you, Crixus, and goes, crap, what's your last name again? Crixus
Krell.
Kell. Yeah.
Krell.
Crixus Kell.
Krell with an R. Krell.
Crixus Krell. I am Judex Severance. I have come to have you. I have come to investigate your crime.
I thought it was already under investigation.
It was when you fled.
Well, it was either fled or be killed by the mob. So pick one.
He looks over at he looks over at Octavius and goes, Octavius Felt, thank you for your service. You have been pardoned. Crixus Kell,
Krell.
we have a little bit of work to do.
Oh dear. What did I just walk into?
I'm getting arrested apparently. So yeah, this is CSI tonight. This is CSI. We've done 3 hours of investigation. Somebody's selling rock for money, and somebody got arrested. It is a full night.
So I step between the two of them and look up at the new guy, and I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Your friend is accused of killing a councilman of Esperta.
Remember that discussion we had a couple
led the
nights ago?
investigation.
How
Are we in Asperta controlled lands?
My jurisdiction goes beyond
Isn't that convenient?
Esperta.
Let me ask you.
Gale Knights.
Hold on. Let me ask you this: what is your intent here? Is your intent to arrest me?
By the way, Crixus, you are aware, you're aware that there is a certain level of paladin in the temple, in the Church of Sirith, that is given
Carte blanche.
carte blanche, essentially, of carrying out investigations and making judgments and performing executions if need be. What he decides goes. And while no, it does not necessarily have carte blanche outside Esperta, most of the world, most of the lawmakers and people, are aware that this people exist, and they've reached a point where they do not that their word is not law, but it is very much so respected.
Do you plan on detaining me, or you're just letting me know that we're starting an investigation?
The investigation hasn't started back in Esperta, but for now you shall be detained until further results.
Detained where?
I would like-
exactly.
Well, where are we exactly, Octavius? We're about
You're an hour outside Red Larch.
Red Larch,
Which we're currently
which is in the Zarin
protecting.
Valley, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so
Do they have a serviceable jail for now?
here?
Yes, they do.
Here, I actually have an idea. I tell everybody to calm down, and with all due respect, can I have an aside with you? I'd like to speak to you about something.
Very well.
and I want to move out of earshot of everybody, including Octavius. And I want to pull out the symbols of Sparta that I've had procured.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to say, if I go with you now to Sparta, because I know that he can teleport me everywhere, can you set these up so that my companions can come to the trial?
Hmm.
And I will
Very
go,
well.
I will go without any cause. But I want my companions to come to my trial, and I point directly at Declan, I want that one to be my lawyer.
Very well. We shall do this back in the homeland.
But I need to, I want these prepared and given to my companions with instructions on use before we leave.
How exactly do you want them prepared?
I don't know anything about magic. I just saw him use one. And I'm gonna thumb over at Octavius.
If you wish for a blessing of Sirith upon these... Sorry, what are they? They're brooches?
Their brooch is the same size as the one Octavius has. I mean, they're literally...
If you wish a blessing of a Sirith for protection upon these brooches, that will come at a cost. I'm afraid that the cost is too much to do before the trial can begin.
I'm not looking so much as for protection as communication, so that you can communicate to them the trial is about to begin, and then they can be brought to the trial. They are my companions, and we have been protecting this town.
Don't have my own magic that can do that, unfortunately, but...
Can I give you Can I give you these?
Mm-hmm.
I can be detained here by Octavius and by Holbrook, who's the constable, and I'll just help. I'll just stay in the city. I'll help protect the town because it's come under siege from some weird ass cultist things. Until such time as it's time for my trial, and you can come and get us, and we can use these brooches just to communicate within the city and to help prepare my defense. Basically, I'm saying...
I heard all that. I heard that. So he's going to respond. That sounds reasonable.
All right.
To be honest, Crixus Krell, you are very lucky that they sent me after you. If the other council members had their way, your head would be on a pike, not standing here discussing the terms of your arrest.
Well, I hope my...
The truth is, there has been some dissent between the council and the people about whether you are really guilty. That has saved your head, as they have sent me instead.
And I have one more question. And I want to bend down. I want to bend down in the sand, and I want to draw the temple symbol that I've seen. Because obviously these paladins are very learned. And ask him if he knows the triangle thing, the triangle with the little that we saw in the temple.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask him if he knows anything about it.
It looks like a heathen symbol, but I do not know. Do not recognize it from anything of my travels.
Oh, I figured I'd try. That's apparently what's sieging this town right now.
Very well. If there are innocents in danger, all the more reason for me to be here.
Do you want to go back to town with us and we can go hang out and talk to the constable and da-da-da-da?
Like I said, that'll be adequate for now.
Okay.
I'm also interested in what you have done to this town for the past month. I'll be investigating thoroughly your adventures since you have left.
The best person to talk to would be the constable.
Yes.
Oh yeah, so we can tell him about how we interrogated some guy and shoved hot nails in his hand.
That was y'all. I was gone.
Actually, I would suggest talking to the Feathergale Knights.
No!
Who are these Feathergale Knights?
Well,
They
do we
rule the
walk back
skies of
now?
this land in the Summer Hills. They're in a large white tower. They're an order of knights.
Very well.
I would suggest talking to both of them.
Okay, so...
I'll make contact with him as well. My investigation shall be thorough, leaving nothing left to hide.
Can you start the process on these? And I'm going to try to give them the brooches.
Very well. I'll have them send back to Asperta have that accomplished.
Thank you.
Come, let us return to town.
Okay,
Might
so I'm
be a
going to walk
storm
back to
coming in.
Octavius, and I'm going to just jaw jack him as hard as I can.
Ah!
Like,
Bloody hell, Crixus, I did you a favor.
Next time, tell me about your fucking sneaky ass favors.
Look. Trust me when I say that this was for the best. If it wasn't for me, you'd have an entire squadron of people heading down and trying to take you out.
Yeah, but
you know that Harbrook guy sent out a letter back to Asperta, right?
Yeah,
saying
I
that
was
you were there.
kind of aware that he might, since my name is kind of getting everywhere now.
Yeah, you haven't exactly been subtle since you entered here. Made a lot of impressions, a lot of people, a lot of word have reached back there.
Okay, so OOC, am I switching tunes at this point?
Yeah, you can at this point.
Okay, and is he going to be level 2 or what are we doing?
He'll be level 3.
Okay.
Before you do though, you should say, look, you're like a brother to me. Trust me when I say that everything's gonna work out. You're a good guy, Crixus, and we both know you're too dumb to pull that off.
I'm just gonna jaw jack him again.
I'm actually gonna believe in the Damn it, Crixus.
Is somebody laughing at this and me just beating the shit out of him?
Before trying very hard not to. She's closed her eyes and is just listening to whack. Damn it, Crixus.
At this point, I'm just disappointed in you. Dude, I'm disappointed in all of you. What the hell are we doing here anyways?
We were coming to kill something, but he tried to get me arrested. So now I'm punching him because I'm mad at him.
Look. While you're detained, I'll keep an eye on your lovely little lady over there. It'll be fine.
Well, see, I was gonna ask her to
safe.
I was gonna ask her. I was gonna ask her to heal you, jaw jack.
Wait. His lovely little lady?
Not meant to imply ownership or anything along those lines, ma'am. Just
punch to the nose.
God damn it!
I'm gonna love playing this character so
now
much.
I walk off and follow Declan.
Okay.
I'm gonna walk past him and I'm gonna chuckle and say, "You brought this on yourself, bro." And then walk past.
I'm gonna pick him back up to his. I'm gonna pick him back up to his feet, and just look him right in the eye and say, "Next time, tell me first."
Did he jaw jacks him again?
No, I'm not jaw jacking him before. If I jaw jack him again, he's gonna take HP loss. We don't need that right now.
I'll tell you again. I just didn't want you to do anything stupid. All right.
Next time, tell me.
Yeah. All right. So you guys all head back into town. Everyone has kind of starting to gather up around the swinging sword. You've noticed. Tyrius, by the way, going over to the All-Face Shrine and talking with them about that they seem to have any idea where the Sacred Stone Monastery might be either. As far as the god, they're totally baffled. They're pretty well aware of the different gods of the world, smaller and bigger and different, sides and stuff. They think at least, and they have no idea what you might be referring to.
All right, I just help.
Does he say guilt at the end again?
Okay,
that wasn't me. That was Krasinar.
On the walk back,
freaking thinking guilt was part of the name.
Real quick, on the walk back, I tell Declan that he's gonna be my lawyer on the trial.
I'm very angry at you right now.
About what?
So maybe you want to think about that now.
About
Leave me
what?
alone.
I'm not Octavius right now. I'm Crixus.
Then Declan jaw jacks him.
I'm actually angry at both of you. Leave me the hell alone right now.
Why is he pissed off at me? I didn't do ass shit this time.
All right, if you want to officially at this point take over for as Octavius, I'll take over as Crixus. Just make sure you're officially that.
Yeah, that's where we're going.
So
I'm actually leveling him as you talk. So
Judex Severance is gonna say, I would like to speak with each of you in turn as you have been traveling with him. Take your own opinion on the man, and we'll talk to you and interview later. For now, I shall be reporting him to the constable. Have a good day. And takes Christus off. He's not actually touching or forcing you to go anywhere, but he's just making it very clear with his body language, march that way. whenever. So Crixus is complying mostly. He's like, I will speak to you later. Don't worry, friends.
Was that you rolling for HP, by the
Yeah.
way? That sucks.
Thank God this guy is an archer. That's all I gotta say. By the
Yep.
way, just so you know, he is also gonna be a the same as Crixus. On his thing. My brain died. He's gonna be a battle master as well.
Okay. He will not get the
Yeah, I figured.
the extra thing. So.
Yeah, I'm fitting to put the macro in right now. I'm just letting you know.
Okay, good to know. He leads him over to Harbrook. Yes. By the way, so just as a reference, Octavius, as he did this in part because he knew he was kind of running out of time. He was being pressured from the people he made the deal with to do this, and he also knew that, doing it during the middle of, or, essentially around town would be a bad idea, especially with your designs about the wall and everything else going on. That's why I decided to do it right then.
That's fine. That works out.
All right, just to give you heads up to what happened before you take over the character.
Anything else you can PST me? Anything else I need to know about his goings on while I've been out and about?
So Tyrus also, by the way, you help Thelorn out and are very surprised when you see the group return to town with with another person, a really big, imposing-looking guy, who then leads him off to Harbrook.
Forrest going straight to Tyrus, away from this flirty thing.
Hey, what do you want?
Oh, apparently I was muted. So when I see them walking into town, I'm like, I don't know if I would ever go out hunting Octavius, but I'm sure glad that you guys got him. Put him on the roast. We'll get to him soon.
I can help with the roast.
Tempt me.
Crass is gonna speak up saying, I can help with the roast.
Yeah, but you always make them too well done. It's not juicy enough. You
I
gotta
can't
let
help it
moderation.
that they get cooked further than I want them to.
Well, the trick is to make the coals really hot and
Are we really
cook them over
joking
the heat.
about the fact that our friend just got arrested?
I'm joking about murdering a person.
I think we've been
I feel
around
bad
him
for
enough
Crixus.
that he is really stupid.
He is the dumbest person I've ever met. Oh, wait.
That's
Declan,
alright, make
wait,
fun
wait.
of him. I don't give a shit.
I could use some help.
Nope.
It's about the sacred... Okay.
All right, so Declan heads back and finds a very full house inside of the swinging sword. Every seat is completely full, as well as several. They brought out another table from somewhere in the back, big long one to be right here. Kind of back to back with the walls.
I'll make my own Octavius. I got this.
Ah, gosh. Yeah, so you come in, you find everyone kind of gathered together. You see...
That's horrible.
Oh, you wanted to go and try to perform. Well, yeah, Jalessa is up on the butcher is up on the stage at the moment. She sees you coming forward and goes, not now, LaFour. We're about to have the meeting.
Oh, okay.
So what's this
I go
square
sit
right
down.
here? I missed it because I was doing stuff.
That's another table they brought
It's a
out.
table.
It's the only one that's sort of empty, as everything else is full with random town folk.
Okay, Octavius is going to be sitting like in a corner over here, or like right here works.
I'm gonna sit on the countertop right here.
Over one. There we go.
Okay.
He's separating
Once
himself from
everyone-
the group and rubbing his jaw.
Right here in the corner.
I
asking
asked Declan if he wants to sit up on the counter with me.
I would need to stand to see over the whole crowd. And I don't think Kalissa likes me standing on the counter. So I'll just sit here and listen.
Well, you could sit up here and listen too. It's more comfortable.
I'm okay, thank you.
Hello.
All right. So everyone starts kind of calming down a little bit.
Where is my?
There's a lot of talk right here.
Oh, okay. I was like, where'd it go?
Yeah, Chris, that's okay. Or go ahead and change that to representing Octavius, so I don't call you Crixus.
Yeah, well, you can call me whatever you want. I know who you're talking about.
No, I just
We're
when
in a
you
feed.
post instead
Oh.
of coming from Crixus, change it right below instead of as.
I'm sorry.
Change that name.
Did
We're
I?
No,
also
it's
in a feed, so we want to be as, literal as possible.
just for reference. So the entire, not the entire town, but a very good portion of it is here.
What are these 2 black dots?
Probably just accidents. There you go. So everyone's there. Jalessa's up there trying to get everyone to, calm down and focus on her. And she goes, I know there's been a lot of stuff happening recently. My husband's here to tell you everything as far as he's aware. Now make sure you pay important attention because obviously there's a lot of stuff to cover. We haven't had a town meeting in a while. And this is an important time for us. Harbert goes up and stands up there and goes, all of you know me. You know I'm not a man with a lot of words. My wife's the one that's better than that. You know I've never pretended to be a leader. Just somebody who tries to help keep things safe. Be aware, though, everything I tell you is true. It has to be taken with utmost sincerity. There has been a conspiracy in this town. Several of the elders apparently were in their own little cult or group or something. They have performed hideous acts and fiendish murders of people traveling through. They have conspired to destroy other people's businesses and who knows what else. Now, it's very important with the festival coming up and the delegation coming in through tomorrow. Things stay normal. They also have to stay safe. Many of you know the adventurers, the mercenaries that have been with us for the past several weeks. You've heard both good and bad things. They have both blessed and hurt this town. But they have tried to make up for what they have done. Right now, they are actually with a few people I trust to at least attempt to do something good. And be able to do something about it. I'm going to give each of them deputy status until we make sure that everything is fine. They will be protecting us, and they will be watching for anything else regarding these cults. Now, most of the people that we suspected have fled town. Several others are being imprisoned at the moment. But there might be a few more that are laying low. Now, I don't want to inspire paranoia. I just simply ask this. If you are indeed part of the cult, get out of town. Get out of town now. If we ever find proof that you were part of this, there will not be a lot of mercy left for you. If you leave, we will not pursue. But if you stay and we find out, there'll be some bad times coming for you. Now, before, we had a rather unofficial form of government here. We still have a few that were part of the town council. I'd like to propose a vote for who we can make as our mayor official with the powers invested in that. We are still a minor member of the Lord's Alliance, so we'll be asking for them as well. But any who wish to lead this town through this crisis, step forward. Tirius, I appreciate, but unfortunately, I'm not somebody who wants to govern anything. I'll simply try to do my best to keep things safe. For my part,
LaFleur will step forward.
I recommend either Tantor, Jalessa, or Halia.
Albrook, may I suggest something?
Yes, Uller.
Have you considered running a triumvirate?
Not a terrible idea either. Between all three, if they're all willing for it.
Well, if we do,
LaFleur will sit back on her bench.
I suggest we make the three most powerful people one with the power of law, which would be you. Another with crafting. I suggest Thelon is a good option. And the third with the political side of things.
And who would you suggest that be?
I don't know enough of these people to suggest anyone, but I'm sure you know who has the best silver tongue in town.
Well, might not be the best, actually. Kind of a bastard.
Oh yeah? Well, we can do the runner-up, whatever. Who has the kindest heart and the most organized brain?
Well, I know who my vote's for, but I'm afraid I'm a little biased.
Well, whatever the option is, we can vote for them. We can vote for all three, in fact. But they'll hold each other up with legs like a triangle. You know, that shape that's pointy on three sides?
Everybody take a moment to decide. We'll call for the vote in a second.
LaFleur is remaining very silent.
Tyrius does not mention that she thought she could be mayor.
Crass is just eating dinner and drinking ale.
Not even paying attention at all. All right.
Oh no, he's
Anybody-
paying attention. He's just.
Oh yeah, but yeah. Does anybody have anything to say?
I don't want to try to get anything on our end done until we know who we're trying to convince.
Okay.
I'm sitting
So-
here rubbing my jaw still.
I think the triumvirate is an excellent plan. And
Okay.
none of these people have done anything bad to me, so
You start getting a consensus of essentially what people are discussing, what they think. There does seem to be discussion of Thelorn. At his suggestion, they're talking about whether a couple of people are talking about whether they want to hand Harburg any more power, as they think he's been a little bit cruel to the prisoners and a little bit jumping at it, and a little bit trusting of you guys, which they're not 100% certain of. They talk about Halia as a viable option for the political part of it. They also talk about Jalasa, Harburg's wife, as always having to keep a cool head on her. Finally, they mention, people started talking about how well respected Tantor is, and Tantor stands up, the big blacksmith, and looks at everyone and goes, "I just like to tell everybody right now, don't even think about it. I have no interest in running this town. In fact, I barely even interest being here, and much rather be back with my shop. That's all I have to say." And he sits back down. Finally, so are you guys trying to move any opinions one way or the other?
I would like to
Sorry.
make my idea a bit clear. Harbrook already holds the position he would have in the triumvirate, which is the law. He wouldn't gain any power, nothing would change for him. The only things that would affect this at all would be the economy, which would be run by the craft leader, which might have a sub-triumvirate of Tantor and I forget her name, but she makes great leather. They might discuss the economic benefits alone, and
Yeah, Chancerelle at this point kind of perks up, and she is a fairly younger woman. She's probably in her mid-20s at most. She goes, "Oh, well, as long as I don't have all the responsibility, I suppose I could help out."
And the political leader would actually be the head of the other two who holds the most power. So that would be the most influential decision you'd have to make.
They go back to talking. Once again, they seem to like your idea. Even Tantra goes, not going to any meetings. Again, they're discussing amongst themselves and everything like that, and they seem to kind of reach a point where a lot of them are questioning, which one they want, Jalassa or Halia. Halia, for actually isn't even here at the moment. She's still back in her sick bed. They do seem to kind of agree with you on other points.
Well, that's all I have.
Anybody else want to say anything about this?
I don't.
Octavius is disinterested and moved outside.
Okay.
I don't want to say anything about it because I have a feeling that if our group is to express an opinion, likely people will want to do the exact opposite.
Well, then I guess it's a good thing Tyrius has been making rounds, winning votes, and kissing babies.
Yeah, you have made an impression on this town, Tyrius. You see a couple people are kind of looking toward you, wondering what your opinion is.
I mean, they're currently like looking for the who's gonna take the respective positions, right?
Yeah,
So
they're discussing it. But they do like Ullr's idea.
I also like Ullr's idea, but have they committed to it yet?
Right now, it's mostly a talk between Halia and Jalissa.
Man, when I was going around, what were my experiences? Because Holly, I don't think I talked to, because that's Harbrook's woman, isn't it?
No, Jalissa is Harbrook's woman.
Oh, or backwards. Right.
Yeah, Halia is the Emerald Enclave
I don't remember anyone, so I'm not
person
contributing.
that Krasner has been speaking with.
Halia?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I gotta go with Harbrook's lady.
All right.
Unless something happened when I was parading around,
I feel like giving too much power to one family would be a bad gesture.
I mean, it's really the same person. She controls him like short chain.
Yeah, so having one person have too much power is a bad thing.
All right, that's fair.
Okay.
I got nothing. I'm letting the town do this. Oh wait, but if I lend my influence, then that person will be super, I guess more enthused to help us, secure the town and maybe get a home rent free.
Speaking of which, why did you put a 1?
I was
He was
doing
flipping
a roll.
coin.
Flipping a coin.
Oh.
I assume it was on which one had the most votes, too.
Well, so I asked Cress. Cress, you've dealt with her a lot. Like, what do you...
She's got her secrets like everybody else does, but I don't feel like she has anything evil planned towards the town. So I put my vote towards her. She has been very helpful with the questions that I have asked her. With the information that she's given me, as much information as she could, without trying to reveal too much about her organization. But I feel like she could do the town good.
I'm going to be honest with it, and I know that everyone else seems to disagree with me on this, but I got to root for Jalessa. So I take a moment and I stand up, and once people start noticing that I'm trying to talk, I wait for it to die down, and I say, I am a relative newcomer here, but I feel that Harbrook and his wife have the best of intentions, and in times of chaos, they make swift and measured decisions. My vote, my support, I lean towards Jalessa. I do, however, also support the Triumvirate. I think that's a fantastic idea. Phenomenal idea.
You're welcome.
Go ahead and
I
make
am very
a
intelligent.
persuasion check with advantage because you have gone around town and made it. Done a lot of politicking.
Done paladin
Politicalling.
things.
Yeah.
It looks like this. God damn it! Fucking the tooltip comes over to tell you what you're doing, and I'm like, no, just get out of the way.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
People seem to sit there and agree with you.
I give Hardbrick a wink, and I sit down.
All right. Everyone finishes discussing. They call order back to the top, and Harper goes up there, or Jalissa goes up there and goes, "Very well. So we are all agree that a triumvirate would be best, correct?" Pretty much everyone, raised their hand, says aye. All right. And then as far as the position of lawkeeper, that will go to my husband, correct?
Aye.
There's a couple people kind of grumbling about it and stuff. But mostly they're okay with it. As far as the
Can I say something about them grumbling? LaFleur would like to speak up about the fact that some of them seem really upset about the way the prisoners were treated, and she kind of says, these are the people who have tried to destroy your city and kill your friends and family. And you're worried because they were not treated extremely well when trying to withhold information that we needed to stop them from destroying your city and taking your homes. We didn't hurt anyone who was willing to give up the information that we needed to be able to keep you safe.
You want to make a persuasion check?
I better not roll crappy. With all my bonuses, I better not. Not again.
It's gonna be another one.
Don't jinx me, man.
No, it's fine.
I get advantage like he did, right?
Nope.
Damn it!
She was with me when I was parading around.
Sure, but that
I
was
was.
mostly you.
And I was being all nice and like smiley, and I worked in the bar, and I played music all the time, and all.
Hey, 15's a decent score, man. 15's a
But
decent
you're
score.
also still a drow, which is a big hindrance.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of different.
I'm a drow who was involved in the
You
interrogation.
were also the first person to draw your weapon and fire at him.
Yeah.
People remember that. There's a bunch of different reasons I'm not giving you advantage. But 15's a good score. You see a couple of them look a little mollified, and a couple of them look a little bit angry at you for, speaking up at the time. But otherwise, you seem to have changed the opinion a little bit better. People are a little less grumbly. The ones who were, and the ones who weren't are nodding along and, agreeing. Jalessa goes, "Thank you, LaFour. But please, we need to finish this vote. No more interruptions. Now, for the position of commerce, I guess we can figure out the official titles later. But the one who will vote for that seem to have all agree on Thelorn as the best choice. He'll be busy with his with rebuilding his shop, but we all trust him, and we know that he is able to choose the right decision. And besides, with a few other people, this is a small town. We still have the ability to influence each other and ability to give advice. I'm sure, just because he will be in charge of commerce does not mean he will not listen to you as he always does and do what's best for the town. Now, finally, for the political leader, those who can decide on mostly making the decision between law and commerce and other things necessary, as far as plots of land and everything else. What is your decision? You seem to kind of go down between me and Halia. For those who want Halia, say aye.
Aye.
And you see about a third to a just under half. It's a little hard to tell. Raise their hand. She sits there and starts counting. Yes, very well. And those who wish for me to take over the position?
Aye.
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 And it's seemingly all the rest. A couple people apparently didn't raise their hand at any point, but the rest, a good amount of them raised their hand. She counts up and goes, "Very well. We will figure out official titles and powers later. Things shouldn't change too much in this town, but hopefully now with what happened recently behind us, we can keep it behind us. Next several orders of business are important as we figure out how exactly we are to proceed. We still receive input from you, but with my position and the other two, we will simply decide amongst ourselves after hearing what everyone else has to say. Agreed for now, until we figure it out again?"
Aye.
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 Very well. First order of business. Where's Crixus? As he is not.
Something backstory. There's a paladin. A lot happened.
At this
He's
point, I'm
into-
going to walk up over to Octavius, grab him by the shoulder, and shove him towards the front.
You jaw-jacked him.
Ask this man.
No. This is a terrible idea.
No, this will work. This will work fine. All right, so here's the long and the short of it. My big dumb friend from a city you guys have probably heard about a million times because of a sigil got framed for trying to kill somebody that he basically doesn't even know about, but that's really important. So what happened was he got ran out of the city and they're trying to find him to kill him. So I stepped up and I said, "Hey, let me find him and let's look into this." And because of reasons that we really don't need to go into,
I like how he has a Brooklyn accent and also a slight gay lisp. I'm
I know,
casting
right?
command
It's
on
wonderful.
him.
He sounds like a Jewish mother from Brooklyn.
He's nervous as fuck right now, right? He's not the kind of guy that gets in front of a crowd. He's the kind of guy that gets behind the crowd. Because of reasons that we can't really go into right now, I was tasked with coming and finding him.
Look at the screen. Look at the screen. Roll that whiz check, man.
Really? Really serious?
Honestly,
You learned
it was a good
command.
decision.
By the way, the crowd is
Whiz
standing
check
there,
me.
kind of jaws open wide, like going, "What the hell?" Everyone's looking back and forth. Jalesa's looking a
Alright.
little panicked.
All right,
Horrible.
everyone, calm down. Everything's all right.
I can't leave. I have
He's as
to.
much of a dumbass as the other one. Just ignore
Hey,
it.
Man, there's another door.
no, I can't.
What?
I'm kind of being held in place to explain what's going on.
Not
Yeah, I am.
push you.
Krasnar pushed you forward, but he's not being helling you. You immediately go, "All right, that's all I'd say," and turn around and walk off and walk out.
Oh boy.
Crixus is part of an investigation from his homeland of Insperta. That's all that's really relevant at the moment.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Oh, if I keep talking, can I work it up to a standard check?
Maybe. Keep going.
Can I assist?
Yes.
I need ale.
God.
I'm going to get ale. I just need ale.
But I want to hear what you're assisting and how you're helping.
Chris
So
is a good man, and you've all seen him help you. He's worked very hard for this city. Do you really see a man that dumb really doing something that intelligent?
I mean, honestly, what this is, you've all seen Crixus. You heard about how he was trying to make a point to the, what was the shopkeeper that he kind of threatened?
Dornan.
Yeah, Dornan.
Yeah.
You
You
heard
mean
how
the
he
cult member.
was trying to make a point to him, and he wasn't, he didn't mean any harm by it. He's just kind of goofy and silly, and he doesn't understand how he presents himself sometimes. It's just a misunderstanding like that. You know he has a heart of gold. Or at least
Very
flat,
stupid
at least
heart.
silver.
Some people are looking a little bit dubious at you. Other people are agreeing with how dumb Crixus has been. Just kind of nodding along. Other people are, looking very worried, and they look over to see Harbrook standing on the stage, and he goes, "It's all right. I've spoken with the paladin. There will be an investigation. But understand that whatever he did in his past, does not have as much effect on what he's done here. And he has done some good, as all the rest of them have. Now, even if he hadn't done good, his idea of protecting the town with a wall, really, I'm kind of surprised it came from him. Because it's a good one. Something that I've been thinking about, but have not put the effort into, as I knew that there was some resistance to it. With everything going on, and the way we have expanded over the past several years, I think it's a good idea. It'll take a lot of money, a lot of work from everybody put together, but I propose that this is the time we need to start it. Everybody, what says you?
Vote for the wall, right?
Yep.
Aye.
Especially now more than ever, this wall can help to keep us safe. Protect our own.
Keep those cultists from coming back with an army of undead.
Everybody, there's a little bit of talk about, the recent storms and the food. They also talk about, the fact that, even a decade ago, they were probably maybe at 3/4 of the size. They have expanded quite a bit. But with, the different dangers that are present and available, they worry greatly about their own safety and protecting inside. They agree with Tyrius has been going around and talking about it and making things seem better.
And the Force
They agree that it's going to
subliminal
cost a lot of
messaging.
money, but they're hoping to they're really hoping that they could make it worth it, take whatever hits they need. They have been a fairly prosperous town. They agree to go ahead and everyone will be putting money toward the wall itself. With Thelorn and his shop back up soon, they discussed him taking over Whalver's shop for a little while, using his tools necessary, putting it all under him until someone else can afford to buy it out from him so he can go back to just his own. But they seem ready to do this. They seem like the work that you guys have done over the course of the time has made things a little more ready for this. And sorry, my throat's going. They seem like this is what they want to do. They all agree to put forward a certain amount of money to based on their own profits. Everyone kind of starts throwing out figures and making plans. They discuss about the farmers and let them know that, hey, this will, obviously those on the farms on the outside of the field do need protection the most. And they go ahead and make the plans and start working on it. They assign Thelorn as well as several other people to begin the project and working on exactly how much it's going to cost and everything.
Well, didn't Crixus already give estimates and everything to? A couple episodes back or a couple sessions back.
They're talking more about specific. They have a little more idea of how much things cost than you did, and so they
have just a better idea in general than he did.
Exactly. Even with other people's help, they actually know how much they pay for lumber, and they know how much their lands cost and being able to do and stuff, and how much money they make. So, yeah. They agree to make the wall. After about an hour's discussion of everyone working together and figuring this out, they, assign certain people to it. And those people say, all right, we're thinking maybe about 6 months to build the wall. We're thinking a 15-foot high wall with a stone base. By the way, at this moment, you also see Benedict is part of this whole group here. And he kind of perks up at that, and they're discussing where they're going to get the stone. But yeah, they kind of getting their plans formed, and it'll take a lot of work to put together, but it will do. Afterward, Harbrook stands up and goes, all right, next order of business. We have a couple empty homes and a couple vacant buildings and businesses to help go toward this wall and repairing everything and helping the town's coffers be replenished. We're going to be bidding out the buildings and the businesses. All assets go to the highest bidder. Benedict immediately pops up and goes, "I'd like to talk to you about the quarries." 1 second, dwarf. Let me explain a little more. We're gonna be there are a lot of people coming in for the festival. Not a lot of them plan on staying, but we're gonna be sending letters out as well, making these offers essentially. So over the next several days, we'll be figuring out exactly how much people want to bid, and hopefully let them come in and do it themselves. Get exactly a figure for how much this is going to be.
I lean forward
much
to
we can
everyone
do
and
it
I'm
at.
like, he agreed to make a payment plan with us.
I think we still have
One
to
thing-
win the auction.
The one thing we can settle right now is we have a group of mercenaries with us, who I am, as the new head law keeper in this town. As I said before, officially making my deputies. I'd like to make Uller my second in command.
I'm okay with that.
That's fine with me.
He's the smartest of us.
Actually, Declan's the smartest. I'm the wisest. There's a difference.
Either or.
Anyway, that's the way it'll be set up. I'd also like to get,
I raise my hand. Wait, does that mean we have to do what he says now?
you always had to do what he said.
Oh.
As deputies, I'd like to present them with a badge of authority, as well as return something to them that they have given to me for payments and reparation for fixing this inn, which, as you notice, is looking better than ever. Come forward, all of you.
I'll walk up there with a mug of ale.
Yeah, that's everybody. I think, yeah. You have been honorable in your reparations to this town, fixing the wrongs you have done. For that, I return to you your items. At this point, you are free to leave town if you wish. Go about your life and do your business.
Except
However,
Crixus.
just know
Just abandon Crixus.
Yeah.
you will have a place here. You have become a part of this town over the past month, and your protection has been invaluable. I hope that you decide to stay with us for a little while longer, help things settle out, protect us. You will be compensated for it. First order of business I'm doing is I am going to officially declare one of the empty houses of Dornan's empty house, in fact, as my official new place for the constable to be. The old place, I think Jalessa wants me out of there. Doesn't want prisoners kept in there. Final thing is the house just across the street is empty as well, as Ruthar no longer needs it. Talnar couple has agreed to take care of Braylon for a while. But that empty house, I now offer for you folk to stay in and rent out and be the unofficial deputy quarters, or the official deputy quarters.
Thank you,
Agreed?
sir.
Agreed.
As long as you work for me, you'll have a place to stay, your own house in this area. So, fantastic.
Yeah.
Real
which one
quick,
is
are
that?
there the whole town is here right now?
Not the entire town, but the majority of important people.
God, I hope there aren't
I
any
mean, are
like
there kids
crazy
and stuff here too,
Satanist
or no?
ruins all
No,
over the
there's not
floor.
kids. No kids.
Damn it! I needed
The
a young
first-
boy.
Is first. Once we get to our
What is
house,
this, you and children?
Are you looking
get
for a little boy?
Crixus.
I am looking for a little boy to
Should we
deliver a
find
message.
you a little boy?
I am looking for a little
God
boy
damn
to
it,
deliver a
Scanlan.
Belongs to
message.
Catholic Church.
I was just like, are you the new Scanlan?
Is there any in the room?
No.
Okay. Damn it.
For reference, though, on this sheet, let me go ahead and make this blue. This is the new constable office. And what color do you want your home to be represented as?
Red.
Red.
All right, red like his scales. This is the home he's offering to you.
That's so
Yeah.
tiny.
And we got to get Crixus out. Like, not like he's got to, stay under like house arrest or whatever, but we need him to build a wall around it.
A wall around the house.
Yeah,
Double wall.
a wall for our wall. It's gonna be great, guys.
Oh,
Crixus is gonna have a lot of free time in prison. He'll be fine.
All right, so as all this is going on, Octavius has been writing, and he folds up a note, takes a gold piece, hands it to a barmaid, and instructs to give it to Declan.
Okay.
And I've
What are the
already
notes?
I've
you already
whispered the note
whispered
to
it?
Declan. He can choose to or choose not to read it. It's his decision.
I read it.
Decision.
I look over at Octavius and rip it up into tiny little pieces.
Come on, tell us what it said.
It
Out of
just says
character.
"I'm sorry" and a picture of a cat.
Will you be my friend? Check this box, yes or no.
Octavius is going to come into the group completely hated.
After
Entire
that-
game, he's going to be the outcast.
Yeah.
He's gonna be Krasinar.
I am gonna whisper to the DM just so he knows the RP.
Okay. After that, they mostly just spend the rest of the night discussing plans for the festival and other little issues going back and forth. Nothing that really is that all that paying attention to you. They discuss the plans and what's going on still. If they're still planning on doing all the different little things, they talk about the delegation coming through, what they need to prepare for that, so on and so forth. But it mostly seems to just kind of be wrapping up, essentially. Anybody planning on doing anything?
I want to talk
This
to
night.
Hallbrook about
Smart.
temporary lodging somewhere where I can see this house, but I'm understanding that I'm not going to be welcome in that house.
Probably not.
Well, I
Never
wanted to
said
ask
you
about
wouldn't
that.
be
Don't we
welcome.
have a basement or like
Is
how
there
many
a
rooms do we
basement?
have?
Yeah, is there a basement?
A cellar we could lock him in?
Yeah, by the way,
Maybe a post
you don't
out
have to
front
skip
with
there,
a
but
rope
eventually you guys go over and check out this house. It is a simple 2-bedroom house with kind of a great room where the kind of the kitchen and the living room and everything are right there in the front with 2 beds in the back. There also is a cellar down into the basement. It is currently
Well, I think
unfurnished.
we know where Octavius is going.
No, Octavius is not staying there. Like I said, is there
Chris.
temporary lodging?
LaFour is staying in the basement. She's going to drag one of the beds down there with some help. Because
Yeah, honestly, that's probably the closest to home she'll find.
yeah, she's like, I can keep it dark in here. Pull a bed down here.
Anyway, my question still remains: is there
All right,
temporary
fine.
lodging?
Yay.
in town?
Yes, there. Oh, well, no, the temporary lodging is essentially here at the Swinging Sword and Mother Yelnath's, which is what is that again? Well,
4.
4.
4.
Cool. So 4. None of them are. I mean, staying at the Swinging Sword, you're only a minute jog or less than a minute. Like you could get to the place down there in all of
All right. So I'll be staying. Octavius
all
will
of
be staying.
30 seconds at most by
Octavius will
walking.
be staying there until further notice.
Ulor,
Yeah, you already have a room up there.
Ulor, we could
What?
totally put like a little counter in the front so people can come to your shack here where it's safe.
No, this is a place for the law. I'll have to find another place for my shack.
But wouldn't it be wise to have them
fought
come?
destroyed shack.
I'm so sorry. Someone get this man an ale.
I don't see why we couldn't just extend. Like, I'm becoming
That
a
costs
better
much.
blacksmith Thaylorn,
You guys
I'm
are
sure we could
brosifs.
add an extra room onto the house eventually for your shack.
Eventually, but
Yeah,
that's a long
sorry.
ways down the road. Let's focus on the wall and the festival and whatever.
I
Oh
agree.
yeah, and we gotta go visit the knights in like 3 weeks or something.
Mm-hmm. They want
Yeah.
you essentially a month in this time is 10 days. So
So what's the whereabouts of the paladin? Did he ninja vanish back to Sparta, or is he
no,
poking around the town?
he is currently he brought back and has put Crixus in a cell right next to Wailver and Rothander.
I'm assuming that he's been completely disarmed and shielded.
Yep, completely disarmed as well as the shield.
That's gonna be one broken motherfucker.
Yeah, he's putting him in there,
Oh.
and he is currently basically interrogating him, but not like you guys interrogate people. just asking him everything that's happened since he's left.
Investigating, not interrogating.
Investigating, yeah. But going through the whole thing. Wailver is currently in the corner,
We shoved hot nails with this guy.
hiding. The other guy is looking at you. His chain, he's close enough to, hurt, to attack Crixus if necessary. However, he does not look like the type of person who would or be able to really do anything to Crixus.
He's got to be surprised that Crixus is in there.
Yeah, he's very confused, kind of chuckling at him, and he's angry as well. Anyway,
Well, Crixus could say he could get the Dragonborn back in here.
Nah, see, well, I'm not RPing Crixus anymore, but if Crixus at this point being broken and everything, he would just jawjack the guy or try to through the bars.
Oh my god.
He did, yeah. I mean, he's taking a
That
shield
doesn't
from him.
help your
Basically,
case, man.
Taking a
Yeah.
shield from him basically turns him into a wounded beast at this point. He's just gonna
Severance,
strike out.
Severance is sitting back watching him strike and go, very interesting. And anyway, so that whole thing is gonna go happen. If you guys want to go over check that out. I'm about to wrap up. Anything else you guys want to do?
Darius! Oh my god! That's so mean!
No, that was meant with like the best of intentions.
So you never.
Child's book, though!
He just learned to read last week. I'm not gonna go buy him an encyclopedia.
You never answered my question about gold because that was really bad.
I think you rolled it wrong because
There's no way that I rolled 5 1s.
5
just do
d4, yeah.
All right,
Okay,
well,
no, you're keeping that roll. That's what it went. Yeah, times
Seriously?
10, so 50, and then times 3, 150 total.
150 total.
Yeah, because it's
Okay.
5d4, which you got 5 on that total. Apparently 5 ones
Yeah.
times 10.
Oh, okay. Wow, I did the math wrong in my head. That'll put me at 167.
Your recording's been going for almost 4.5 hours now.
Yeah, no, I have more than enough space. I'm actually